Hello everyone, give me a second before setting up. I'm not quite ready for the start of today's stream, but also, yeah, today we're going to be playing more Returnal, which I'm looking forward to. I did play a little bit of it off stream, but not a whole lot. I basically just got a few more of the beginning area runes. Or hieroglyphs, whatever those things are. I forget what you call them. But yeah, I got a few of those, nothing too crazy, but I'm happy to jump back into it. Sorry, just give me a minute. So, yeah, I'm just gonna start up the PS5. Okay, that's better. Sorry, just gotta make sure the audio is set up correctly, because I'm a stickler for audio. At times, at least. I mean, there are times I can forgive it, but it just depends. But yeah, Returnal should be a lot of fun. I actually just earlier saw it on sale. Like, apparently it was on sale for, like, $30 or whatever. And I was like, man, that is so weird. Kelsey! Yeah, I mean, it is time for me to be live. Did you think I wouldn't be live? I don't understand your thought process. But yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I haven't really done anything of note in this game, aside from just get a few more hieroglyphs. So it'll still be... You know, I made some good progress last stream. I'm happy with how... Also, if you hear noises, like I'm playing the game, I'm just in the beginning area, just kind of jumping and dashing. Because the movement I actually like of this game. But yes, how are you doing, Kelsey? I hope you're doing well. Hold on, wait. Oh, I just realized I knew I was gonna forget something. Because I always forget. There we go. Yeah, and now I'm just... I think I'm pretty much ready. Let us go to the live scene. Hi! Usually I try and give it about, like, 5 minutes to, start, you know, playing. But... I just want to get into it, you know? And it is the last stream I'll be doing before the Switch 2 comes out. Which is still, for some reason, my brain refuses to internalize the 2. I just keep calling it the Switch. Ah, Pixel!
Twas the night before Switchmas 2 and all through the house. Not a creature was switching, not even Super Shadow 270.
Beautiful, beautiful rendition. Thank you for the sub, Pixel. I appreciate it. You know, I was just thinking about this. It's funny how the price of subs went up, but the amount you earn from them didn't. I guess I'm not surprised, but... It was just funny to me, because it's like, yeah, ever since they implemented that change, you'd think... Because they keep calling the revenue split 50-50, but it's not. Oh, Kelsey, why sad? Why sadness? Yeah, kind of weird. Where's the rest of my in Twitch's pocket? I am 99% sure. But I was looking at it, and, like, a Tier 1 sub, which costs $6 now, right? It's like, if it was 50%, it would be at least near $3, but it's far closer to $2. It's like, it's not really a 50-50 split at that point. Hey, Structor, good to see you. It's Switchmas 2 Eve, technically. This is $7. Holy crap. Yeah, then I'm getting like 25%, not 50%. Twitch, what is with that? So, fun fact, Nintendo was a finger pick close to calling the Super... Is that true? I know people joked about that, but I didn't think it was actually true. Hi, Fidget, it's good to see you. Hi. How's everyone doing, by the way? Pixel, Instructor, Fidget, how are you all doing? I'm so excited about the Switch 2. I just can't help it. I wish I could afford more, but I had to scrape together what I could to even afford what I can. yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get the welcome tour. Just because that really should not have been a paid download. Getting off lunch, otherwise fine. Okay, well that's good. Being fine is good. A gloomy day. Aw. It's funny, I actually really love gloomy days. But I'm weird, so... Interested in the Switch? Yeah. I mean, like, I don't blame people for not being able to or not wanting to get a Switch 2. I personally am just very excited. Shadow, Nintendo's struggling because they need... It's not $60. I mean, like, the fact that it's paid at all is bad, but, like... But yeah, I'm very excited. I'm gonna be doing a big stream on Thursday. Because that's the Switch 2 launch day, so... Still wanted an OLED before the Switch 2 came out. It does surprise me that the Switch 2 doesn't have an OLED screen, but I imagine they're probably saving that for, like, a hypothetical Switch 2 OLED. Everybody needs to watch Dan Da Dan. By the way, great show. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about it, actually. I don't know, I don't know, maybe it's my hipster instinct, but, I'm always wary when people recommend things that highly. Too bad. I hope the Red Luigi people get sued for saying you don't own the Switch or just renting. What? Fidget, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your message. I hope the Red Luigi people get sued for saying you don't own the Switch too. I'm not sure I understand. You want an insert to... because they would have if it was an OLED. No, I mean, they would. I'm not saying that they wouldn't ask for more money. It's one of those things where it's like, it would have been nice if it was included, but I didn't expect them to. It says they can modify the hardware and brick it. Oh, yeah, no, I heard about that, but, like, that's not so much about ownership, really. I mean, it's my legal brain is kind of in, in a mode where it's like, that's not saying you don't own the device, it's that you don't, that they reserve the right to fuck with it, which still sucks, but it's like, sorry, when you were saying, like, that you don't own it, it's like, they never claimed that, they just claimed that they could brick your device. Not the console that you should own. I'm not saying that functionally that isn't what's happening. I'm saying that legally, let's say, like, no court of law would say that you don't own that device. It's a matter of what they define as, like, tampering, you know? The whole reason I'm bothering to, argue this at all is purely so people can argue effectively, because saying that, like, oh, you don't own it is, like, not true, and then that just gets you into the opportunity to argue about that when you should be arguing about the actual issue, which is that they can fuck with your device. Although, I do have to say, that's not exclusive to Nintendo. It's actually been a thing for a long time, and I know this because I bought a used Xbox 360 at a garage sale, and I tried to boot it up, and it was, like, hardware banned by Microsoft, and they refused to lift it. So, like, on some level, that it's not a new thing. Now, granted, it's not like it was a completely bricked device, but it definitely was very impacted by the ban. It was, like, crazy how comprehensive it was. That's my thing, is like, right, then I actually bought a band 360, but it still fucking died. Yeah. And it's like, it sucks that happens, because I didn't know it was banned, and I don't know if the person who sold it to me knew. It was just that, like, I just got screwed over because one of the previous owners of it just decided to do something that Microsoft didn't like. Wasn't it? Oh, really? But I don't know. Again, it's not something I'm happy about. I want to be very clear. I don't like that. I believe it's a bad move for basically all parties involved. The issue is just that it's an issue that I feel like has been going on for a long time, and nobody has bothered to push back on except for right now. That's all I'm saying. Again, I don't like that they could brick your system for whatever perceived thing you've done, but like... But like, that has been a thing for a while. Little fact, Microsoft actually made Xbox 360 out of popsicle sticks and bubble. Yeah. Yeah, they glued all the components together with duct tape and prayer. And it's a funny thing, because people kind of forgave them for that, because, like, they offered the extended return policy or whatever, but it's like, it doesn't really solve the issue to me. Damn it. I hate these bat things. Like flying manta rays or whatever they are. Wow, 2 keys. Oh boy, am I lucky. I am really enjoying this game. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm having a good time. Oh, okay, so this has no purpose else. now that I've already been there once. But yeah, I mean, I disagree with certain things they're doing, but it's not enough for me to not be excited for the console. I'm still excited. They showed Pokemon Scarlet and Violet running at 60 FPS, and that was... I mean, on the one hand, it sucks that they didn't make it run like that in the first place. But I am glad it's running like that at all. I think it's insane they could have chosen not to extend the warranty. Of course, you know, they were still on. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, how much does that, you know, extended warranty matter nowadays? Now that, like, you know, Xbox 360s are long gone. Like, to me, it's like, yeah, it's a nice gesture in the moment, but that doesn't really change the fact that like half of all launch Xbox 360s will die. You know. I saw people making an argument about the Switch Joy-Con drift, which is a problem that Nintendo should have addressed. But like there were people going like, yeah, they're offering to repair it, but you know, they shouldn't have had this problem in the first place. And it's like, I mean, I agree with that, but it's just weird how like inconsistent it is, where it's like, that's essentially what Microsoft did with the 360, and everyone was like, oh, they salvaged that. It's like, I don't know. Just feels weird. I forget what, like, documentary or whatever it was, but I just remembered seeing, like, a video about, like, you know, the launch Xbox 360s, and they were talking about, like, it was an unprecedented, consumer move to, you know, that Microsoft sunk a lot of money into, and I was just like, that's a weird way of framing that. I do like the Hollow Seeker. It's kind of like the Carbine, but it fires like one big shot every now and again, which is cool. Still inaccessible? Okay. Did I miss a door? Well, aside from that... Oh, I did. Oh, wait, wasn't that behind a... I think that was behind a thing I couldn't break. Like a barrier. That's the word. I can think of words. This weapon kind of reminds me of Crab Champions. How there's like a power-up you can get where it's like, oh, you know, have a chance to fire like one big shot. You know, along with the rest of your shots. Figured out something really smart. You lower people. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if Microsoft was necessarily the first person to figure that out, but like, or you know, the first gaming company to figure that out. But yeah, it's interesting to see it in action. Just because... I guess it also goes to show that history does repeat itself quite frequently. Right, the Ultra... Yeah, one of those. I'm very grateful that I didn't get caught in that barnacle. Or whatever it is. Is this gonna be... Is this gonna be a bad day for me? I feel like this is a bad omen, starting out with such a bad first area. Also, for those who are fans of VTubers, I don't know if you know the name Inagumi Korone, who was like a Japanese VTuber who was super popular. I saw a video of her playing the new Doom game, because she has kind of a history with the Doom games, where like they actually put, I believe it was Doom Eternal, where they put an Easter egg of her in that game. Homebrewed Wii U, $85? That's not bad. I mean, does it come with controller and everything? Because like Wii U's are more or less, you know, worthless without the controller, without the screen. The gamepad. Roland rubber. Yeah. Or lobber, not rubber. I can read. I promise. Console, gamepad, remote, nunchuck, all white. That's a pretty good deal. Especially, I've heard that homebrewing it lets you play like GameCube games on it, and apparently it's a very good like way to play GameCube games. That surprised me. Existing for number 1. Hey, welcome. Good to see you. I should mention that, like, I feel like I'm pretty far in this game, but I don't know exactly how far I am. I promise you I'm usually better than what I'm showing right now. This is just the first run of the day. I'm warming up, you know? Funny how this game has so many creative guns, they all suck compared... Yeah. It is funny how, weapons in games can be kind of a sunk cost, as they say. Where it's like, you can put a lot of fun, kooky weapons into games, but, like, inevitably people end up using the strong ones that help them get through something. There's no Ratchet and Clank. Yeah. I need to play a Ratchet and Clank game. I played them at, like, friends' houses, but I never played through one, you know? Also, existing, or if you have a preferred name, let me know. Are you a fan of this game? Because, I've been enjoying it. This you know, I'm relatively blind when it comes to this game, so. I really like Ratchet and Clank 1, but it's kind of jank. Tempting to tell people to start with 2, really. That's surprising to me. Okay, hold on 1 second, Pixel. Let me just get out of this fight and then... Oh wait, did I kill it? Oh, okay. I think with the 360, it wasn't just Microsoft fixing. They implemented a fix in all 360s going forward, and yeah, I mean that there is that change. I can agree with you there, but it's still a matter of like if you bought a 360 that was broken, you either repaired it or you had to buy a new one that had that fix. It's how do I put this? slightly better, but I still think the fact that it was like, oh hey, now you can buy a system that won't die isn't the greatest pitch in the world either. Combat is just kind of crummy in Ratchet and Clank 1. Ratchet and Clank 2 is when they have the manual. Oh, that does sound like a very big improvement.
This is where the cycle waits 63 years and 8 days for me to die. Accursed fate. While Atlas bore and Prometheus endured, Selene hollowed. From here, I can see where the horizon becomes the edges of my eye.
What do you mean Selene hollowed? Oh, well, I guess like previous iteration of you. Fidget. This is to be silly. Well, you're a bat. You're always silly. I'm just kidding. Grappling hooks are a lot of fun in video games. I love zipping through the air. Ratchet Clank 3, you can use dual stick aim, but it's not necessary. Interesting. I do need to play them. See, a lot of like Xbox and PlayStation games, I only ever really got to experience at a friend's house because he had 2 brothers and like. He always kind of had access to like all the consoles because his family was like, oh well, you know, we'll just cover all our bases. So I remember playing Ratchet and Clank and thinking to myself like, it's not that bad or anything, but it's just like to me it felt like they were trying to muscle in on the like mascot platformer when they didn't really commit, I guess would be the phrase, because it was like, it felt like they were still trying to be somewhat edgy about it, like still being shooting, but I was like, it's a cartoon thing, like you don't need to include guns. I am vengeance. I am Batman. Where is Fidget? Where is he? Sorry. Hold on. I like my brain. Whenever there's combat, my brain just like locks up. Oh, that's BS. It presented me with the overcharge meter, and then I got hit, and it, yeah. I just did a fidget train, but. Oh, Arkham City! Nice! this is an unpopular opinion, I'm sure, but I didn't like Arkham City as much as Asylum. For me, City was just frustrating in a lot of ways. It was still obviously that good Batman, like, counter-combat stuff, but just the fact that, like, the open world felt like it was just getting in the way, and, like, I don't know, I found navigating the world to be confusing. It's Arkham Knight, so I'll get to see how City... Oh, okay, interesting. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, then, because I still have not played Arkham Knight yet. But I do want to. I just, I actually did start it a little while back, but I think by that point it was just like I was kind of burnt out, so I didn't continue. Really loved Batman Beyond suit. Nice. The only one where they really did the whole edgelord thing was Ratchet Clank 4. I think they had to get balance. Yeah, no, I mean, in retrospect, it really wasn't that edgy. It's just that, like, in my friggin', what, like, 6-year-old mind, something like that, I was like, this feels like they're still trying to appeal to people who are, you know, who, like, don't want to be playing a kid's game, but it's also a kid's game. I don't know. I'm not saying I agree with it now, it's just that's how it felt back in the day. Jack 2 and Ratchet Grid. Yeah, although that game is not that good. It's so funny just seeing people's reaction to it nowadays. Because there are people who genuinely go, it's an underappreciated gem. And it's like, I don't know. I wasn't even that negative about it when it came out, but like even I could tell that it was not what what it should have been. Oh god, what the? Imagine if the original devs came out with a reveal for Batman Beyond game. Yeah, didn't oh gosh. I think I might be misremembering this, but I think they said they were working on like a Batman Beyond game at one point. It was never super edgy. The most you can say is that the first 4 games, the first were criticisms on capitalism, but we go for more epic storyline. Oh, I see. See, that's the thing, like, yeah, in nowadays, with a properly functioning brain, I can tell that, like, it's not really that edgy, but I think I was a weird kid when it came to guns, because, like, guns felt very unnecessary to me. Like, I mean, I'm still not a big fan of guns or anything, but they make fine video game mechanics for me. But, like, Ratchet and Clank having guns felt like it was like, yeah, it's a mascot platformer, but it's a cool one, as if like all the others weren't cool, and that just didn't sit right with me. But I was also a stuck-up kid. I initially turned my nose up at Time Splitters because I saw it was a first-person shooter, and I was like, oh, I don't like first-person shooters. But then, you know what actually convinced me, ironically, to play it was the little sticker on the box that said heir apparent to GoldenEye. Because I was like, well, I mean, I do like GoldenEye. If it is that similar, maybe I'll try it. And I ended up loving Time Splitters too. Fossil Fighters, I've heard about it, and it was a series that, like, I was interested in, but I just never had... Because for me, gaming acquisitions, especially when I was young, were results of, like, interest and money aligning at the same time. And Fossil Fighters just was one of those series where it never lined up that way. Where it's like, I would learn about it and I go like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I'd be interested in playing that. But, you know, when I actually had the money to buy a new game, it was like there were other games that I was like, no, I really want to get that. You know? I'm not gonna wait. What? What do you mean, Kelsey? I'm confused. Funny, some people actually use the whole criticism of capitalism as defense for the obnoxious paywalls. I don't know. I'm not qualified to say anything because I don't know. Oh god! Oh, I didn't even realize. Kinda wasn't worth it. You know, what do you mean? Kelsey, you're precious and wonderful. I grew up on Fossil Fighters since my parents didn't want me playing Pokemon. Interesting. I have a friend, actually, maybe I won't say, just out of respect, but like, I had a friend whose parents wouldn't let him watch SpongeBob. I was like, man, it's like, I can't, there are so few things I would consider, like, even remotely bad about that show. At least back in the day. No, I'm not. No, don't go. Kelsey, I care about you, and I want you to stay. I want you to be with. But yeah, I never understood some parents' justifications for things. I mean, hell, my parents gave me a copy of Mortal Kombat 3 on the Sega Genesis when I was young, and I turned out okay. Did you, Shadow? Just... But, I don't know. You know, I always go back and forth. It's funny, there was a time when I worked at Target, there was a situation, well, there were two different situations technically, but there was one where I was just walking around, like as a customer, not as an employee, and there was one when I was an employee. And when I was just a customer, I was next to this kid, and he was in the, like, I want to say the PS3 section, and he asks his mom, and I mean, this kid must have been like 10, something like that, and he asked his mom for Grand Theft Auto 5. And mom's like, oh, okay, sure, and then went to go get it, and I briefly debated if I should be like, you know what that game is, right? Like, but ultimately I didn't say anything. And when I asked my friends afterwards, and my friends and family, because I was curious, most of them said that they wouldn't have intervened. Like, you know, it's good that I didn't say anything. And I was like, it's interesting because only my mom was the one to say I would have appreciated it if someone said that to me. It's interesting how a lot of people were panicking about SpongeBob back then nowadays. Oh, I know. I mean, even as a kid, I could tell that it was really uncalled for, but I think it's because of the anime and my family's Christian didn't stop me. That's, yeah. A friend of mine did tell me that when he went to church, they made him repent for playing Luigi's Mansion. Cause ghosts. Boss so much. Well, what about watching the Hope Train for the kids' eyes? Yeah, I mean, well, so that's the thing. Initially, because I wouldn't have done it like a, excuse me, you can't. Like, I wouldn't have approached it like that. I would have been like, excuse me, you do know that this game is very mature, right? Like, but I didn't say anything, and everyone except for my mom was like, yeah, you shouldn't say anything. But then there was a moment where I was actually working at Target, and this family, for their roughly 10-year-old kid as well, asked for Grand Theft Auto, and I, as the employee, was like, I should really clarify if that is what they really want. So I did. I went to the parents, and I was just like, hey, you know, just so you know, this game is quite mature, and it has this rating. And they were like, oh, okay, yeah, we won't get that. So, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, everyone reacts differently, so it's not like that family would have been the representative for all families or anything, but just... And the title of the game is a felon. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I understand kids are gonna play Call of Duty, and like, I don't necessarily consider Call of Duty in the same league as Grand Theft Auto. I don't know if that's very common or not, but I feel like Grand Theft Auto is a little bit more on the uncomfortable side. Because it's like, it's clear they were buying it for their child, so it's not like I could have been like, well, I was just selling to the parents. Like, I don't know. Well, you know, the other thing that I think about, too, is, like, what if that's the family where, like, they give their child a copy of Grand Theft Auto 5, realize how mature it is, and then start, like, some crusade against video games? It's like, I could prevent that entire chain from starting if I just, you know, if I just make it clear at the start that what they're getting into. You know, which I know the ESRB is supposed to do, but like, yeah. I've played Liberty City once, to be honest, I didn't quite get the appeal of playing it, it's fun. Yeah, I played, my first Grand Theft Auto game that I played was 4, and I played it at a friend's house, and I enjoyed watching, like, the story stuff, but when it came to actually, like, you know, he handed me the controller, I just enjoyed kind of just messing around in, like, the sandbox world, shooting civilians. So it was like, I mean, it was fun in that way, but it wasn't something that I drool over, you know? I don't think it's your job to warn parents like that, but it is nice to do, even though it's quite... Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, it's not my job, but you always think about, like... What if, right? Like, what if this kid ends up trying to, you know, like, steal a car because he saw it in GTA? Like what? Wouldn't it be nice if I could actually prevent that by just, you know, giving a warning? Like, how people are willing to pay it. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Even long before the Switch 2 stuff was like, oh, Mario Kart's gonna be $80, like, even long before that, there were people talking about, like, GTA 6 is gonna be, you know, $120. Like, I don't know. It's not worth that to me. I'm sure it's worth it to a lot of people, though. That's why I'm kind of hesitant to poo-poo it, because it's like... Ultimately, I think it's a matter of whether or not it's worth it to someone. Because these are luxuries, after all. GTA... you know, I wondered why they never brought GTA 5 to the Switch. Because to me it seemed like the perfect platform, but... I don't know. They brought the trilogy, the definitive trilogy, to Switch, so it's not like they wouldn't put GTA on the Switch, it's just they didn't want to do 5. They were gonna put GTA 5 on the Wii U. I mean, Doom the Dark Ages is 70, I had a refund my pre-order since it... Oh, really? I didn't hear about that. That's unfortunate. Claire, hey, good to see you again. How are you? How have things been? Okay, I don't want to go to the Crimson Wastes. Yeah, forced ray tracing plus de novo. Well, de novo, I mean, that's unfortunately very common with new releases, so that much I can understand, but like forced ray tracing just feels weird. Doing well, I lurked all sneaky like a couple times to avoid spoilers. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I appreciate that you lurked at all. I definitely, now that I finished Unicorn Overlord, I will say it was great, and I had a great time with it. And I kind of want to replay it, but that's as far as I will say. An anti-cheat on single-player game doesn't make... Yeah. Yeah, that's nonsense to me. I mean, hell, Bethesda practically relies on people cheating in their games to have fun. I've been taking a bit of a break from it. I need to redesign the teams. I've been feeling too tired. That's fair. It's definitely very heavy with the, like, optimization you can do. But I think that it strikes a good balance of, you know, you don't need to grind a lot or anything, but if you grind, it'll help a lot. Ooh, very cool. And, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I can understand if you don't play Returnal, although I am enjoying my time with it. It's one of those games that initially I kind of seemed lukewarm on, but now that I'm actually sitting down to experience it, I think it's a lot of fun. Just having fun with pet emotes, yes. Pet emotes are great. Ooh. That's tempting, but I think I'm gonna hold off. I love the two yeah. Won't be there to stop you is copy protection. That is true. The thing that I think really stands out with me when it comes to de novo is yeah, Resident Evil 8. Resident Evil 8 had really aggressive and poorly implemented de novo to the point where, like, it didn't stop it from getting cracked day one, and also the people who had the cracked version got a better version of the game. So it was like, all that functionally did was just punish people for playing it legally, and I think that's not what de novo should be doing. Treat your customers well. Yes, yeah. It's kind of like what Gabe Newell said. Gabe Newell's famous for saying, like, piracy is fundamentally a service problem. Because he was talking about how, like, PC piracy was very high before Steam came around and gave people an accessible way and relatively cheap way to buy the games legally. Because as it turns out, most people are okay with buying a game if they, you know, if they want it. Yeah, piracy can make it free, but the hoops you have to jump through aren't always worth it for people. Is that Ubisoft saying? Oh yeah, oh god, that forever will be on my no list. Like, because I was a part of Project Stream, which was the Google Stadia beta test before they, like, revealed Stadia, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, even if it worked flawlessly, I still am just not okay with the idea that, like, I don't have the game files. Fuck Ubisoft. I feel like they're getting... Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they also have been really stubbornly sticking with, like, their established formula, and I feel like that's such a mistake. Because it's like, if anything, your company's in trouble because of that formula, and you should really be avoiding that, not, you know, not doubling down. And it's so sad, too, because I heard Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown was really good, and, and then the studio that made it got shut down and the sequel was canceled. And I was like, why? That is literally the one good game people are giving you credit for. Kind of like how Microsoft shut down Tango Gameworks, even though Hi-Fi Rush was the game they needed to make. I'm okay with not owning the game, but if what you're selling is the license, I expect that to apply to every version of the game on every platform. That's an interesting concept, but for me personally, I'm never okay with the idea of not owning a game, because ultimately, it's like the PlayStation Discovery thing, where it was like Discovery pulled its licenses from PlayStation and they were going to revoke all of that content even if you did buy it. And I mean, people fought hard enough against it that they eventually worked out a deal, but just the fact that it's like, you can just suddenly have all that money that you invested disappear on you because of, you know, a legal disagreement, it just sits very poorly with me. And to think they used to be staples in games, a lot of Nintendo DS games, before I was, oh my, oh, that's so sad. And yeah, Ubisoft used to be good. They used to publish a lot of good things. I actually have fond memories of playing the Bomberman game on DS that they published. I thought that was actually a really good... I don't generally like this weapon, but I'll try and make it work. I just realized today is the 3rd, not the 2nd, so the Switch 2 actually comes out tomorrow. Well, midnight tomorrow. AKA the very first second of 5th. I used to love Battle of the Giants. I don't think I've seen those games. I think part of it is I don't see a physical copy as being more reliable. It's only good for a specific platform. Yeah, I guess so, but to me, okay, a great example is Spec Ops The Line. I adore Spec Ops The Line. I think that game is so cool and such a smart game, and because it used a Jimi Hendrix like cover of the American National Anthem, it got taken down. And it's like, it's so sad to me that it's like it can suddenly be ripped away and then people won't get to experience it, or at least any new people won't get to experience it. 9 PM tomorrow in Pacific time if you want to split hairs. Yeah. But to me, like, a physical copy will always have the benefit of, like... Oh god, hold on, sorry, let me focus on this fight. Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh. Wait, whoops, not photo mode, please. My bad. It doesn't run on our hardware console. I have the same issue. I mean, I guess, but also... just the fact that, like, there could still be an existing copy of it for someone to have is... it's important to me. Because, like... now that I'm trying to articulate it, I can't think of a game, but like there are games where it's like if it was available for sale, I'd buy it, but it wasn't. And you know what? Harvest Moon, as an example, the original Super Nintendo Harvest Moon, like that game's crazy expensive because like it was good, but the only way you can play it is if you have that cartridge, and it's like. Imagine if that cartridge didn't exist at all. Like if it was an online thing back then basically no one would have access to it nowadays. Oh, thank goodness. That was a tough fight. A world where Sony collapses. Doesn't matter if I own a physical disc. The hardware will cease to be... It'll cease to be available, but it'll still exist. That's what gets me. Because it's like... You know, Sony might be doing stuff now where it's like you need an internet connection, but, you know, they don't make PS2s anymore, but I can still play a PS2 game because I still have the hardware and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, not everyone does, but also at least there is some way that experience can still be shared and had at all. This. Ooh. Okay. I was wondering if that would, like, slingshot me up or something. I kind of hate how you can get malfunctions from getting hit. I feel like the game never told me that. Yeah. I don't like it either. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't like it. You know what also? Sorry if I'm sounding angry, I'm just passionate. But, like, you know what also makes me think? It's like Google Stadia. Google was under no obligation to refund people who bought games on Stadia. The fact they did was good because, like, you know, people would have been very hurt, but, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, imagine a world where Google didn't refund people. They would have had all those millions of dollars that people sunk into it and then just been like, yeah, you don't get this anymore. I think maybe they're two separate issues. As a consumer, I want the best version of a game I bought that runs on the platform I have today. I also want there to be a historical record of games that is close. Yeah. I mean, it can be at odds sometimes, but see, the thing is, I think there's value in experiencing a game as it was, because there are, you know, HD remasters are super popular nowadays, and, like, remakes and stuff, and it's not necessarily a bad idea, but I do think there is still a value to the original. Best Buy says, check the store list to find a product. Never mind the typo. They didn't even tell... Oh, really? Yeah, don't they have... I think I saw, like, a listing for their website where you, like, look up locations that'll be participating. I don't think Google refunded people out of anything other than self-interest. It wasn't... Well, so yeah, I mean, like, that's good, but they also could have tempted fate and just said, no, we're going to keep the money. And they probably would have been within their legal right to do so. Because ultimately their EULA was probably like, hey, if something happens, we don't owe you anything. So, like, yeah, it was probably out of self-interest, but the fact that we have to rely on them not wanting to is the sticking point to me. I think I found it, but yeah. I'm lucky I have a GameStop in-store pre-order, so I already know where I'm going, what I'm getting. My store has the glorious honor of being called the San Diego Best Buy, even though it's not. Really? What do they call the other ones? San Diego too. Oh, it's so relieving to see my health bar full. There's something about it that's just like, ah. I very much doubt any of them really putting their ULA to the test. Plus, it's their reputational damage, not refunding. It ensures no one takes a risk on their new projects. I mean, to me that sounds very faithful in humanity. I'm not as faithful that I how do I put this? I could very easily see business people trying to be like, who's gonna hire a lawyer, you know, to get their video games back? And like, even if they try, our EULA will tell them no. And like, there is legal precedent holding up the EULA, so it would be a hard case to bring. Called Carmel Mountain Dust. Oh god, sorry, hold on. Panic. Okay, any other, okay. Carmel Mountain Best Buy, because that neighborhood is called Carmel Mountain, but strange that yeah, that is weird. So I couldn't respond to this earlier. I'd like to think of have intervened too, but only if I was a bystander and not an employee. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. If anything, being a bystander kind of means that like you have less of a reason to intervene. So remember when I tried to coerce a parent into not buying Fallout because it's backlash. Yeah, well, I mean, that much is like deserved, because that game should not have launched the way it did. But an individual as a class action, I mean, I guess so, but I don't know. I don't know. To me, the idea that like you would have to organize a class action lawsuit at all is kind of unnecessary, especially here in America where lawyers can be crazy expensive. It's like, even if you succeeded with that, you probably wouldn't even get everything back. There's really nothing? I shot those eyeballs for nothing. There definitely need to be better consumer protection laws. This sort of thing has been brewing. Yeah. I agree. I think there do need to be better consumer protection laws. Did you win yet? Hey, Dega! Not yet. It isn't to help the class, only the people who are getting paid as the lawyers, it's to keep companies semi-honest. Yeah, but still, I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like even if you succeeded, you'd still be the loser in the scenario, you know? I don't know if I'm phrasing this well, I'm sorry. But, yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, because also, I'm not a lawyer. I mean, my mom's a lawyer, but not me. So, like, I can't say I know for sure how it would go in court. but I just very easily could see them going, no, we're not refunding you. And then that being the end of it. But Dega, I am trying to win. I am improving. My gut is that most of you would be unenforceable in a lot of the world. Maybe in a lot of the world. I guess it's also true that I have a very American-centric view of things. Because, like, you know, here in America, I'm pretty sure there have been legal cases that have enforced that, like, EULAs are binding. Oh god. Ah! Oh my god, I couldn't. Oh, you're right, I could've. You're right, Structor. Yeah, but the rest of the world, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I feel like would probably have better protections. Oh, you know what, Structor, while I have you here, what is the point of the tower over here? Like, is that... Oh, whoops, no. No, I'm not paying for that. Like this. Is this required? The Tower of Sisyphus? It's just a separate mode. Okay. That I wanted to be sure. Not required. Okay. That might be something I'd check out off-stream. I don't know. Depends on what people want. Ban this Thursday for the next 30 years. I have no such power, Kelsey. Really should have picked up some rock sugar for tea when I was in Germany. Kind of hard to find here, is it? I mean, I guess that makes sense because I've never really heard of rock sugar, aside from, like, you know, rock candy. But oh, really? See, since I can't drink tea, I'm very, what's the word? I'm very uninformed about the world of tea. I'm very much a tea drinker. Do I have less of a collection at this point? I don't know exactly what you're getting at, Dega. You know, Dega, there's a special kind of tea in Germany called Ostfriesen tea, which is strong black tea served with rock sugar and cream. I got the tea, but don't have... Does that have maybe 50? I don't know what's considered average. How many teas do people keep at one time? I don't know. Maybe 5. But, Dega, ever since you talked about, like, your username backward, it reminded me, have you ever... There's a series of videos on YouTube, Sonic Shorts, and, I used to love those when I was younger, because, you know, it was that kind of humor. But there was this one sketch about, like, designing a Sonic OC, and they were like, you know, how about Sinnoh? It's Sonic, spelled backwards. It's like, I don't know, so, that just changed my brain. Because we don't have much beet sugar here. That's something I find... Oh, really? I didn't know that was a thing at all. For me, it's like 100. Wow. Also, I think, I don't know if they ever officially announced it, but, like, I've been hearing people talk about Sonic Blitz as, like, Sonic mobile card game thing, and, I have not seen much about it. All I know is the name, and I saw this one meme that, someone posted, excuse me, where it was that, like, Ratatouille meme of the guy looking at the envelope. Because apparently they're referencing a ton of characters. So, you just like in my... I mean, a good Sonic video. First of all. Second of all, I mean, it was just a joke. Apparently sugar beets are good for growing. They're too cold. Oh, that makes sense. Crimson Raiders. Uh-huh, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, I know. But yeah, I used to be a big fan of those shorts back in the day. I think they announced recently they're gonna start doing more. But, I don't know if it hits the same nowadays. You know what I mean? Do you know about why we have high fructose corn? Probably not. I'm gonna say probably not. I mean, aside from the fact that, like, it makes things taste good. Oh, thank goodness. For a second, I thought I lost my adrenaline. Turning corn into a sugar substitute is kind of complicated compared to cane sugar. You can just grow the cane sugar and you get it. Interesting. Dang it. Ooh. Stop it. Not interested in anything you're selling. It's only more cost effective because we have such ridiculous subsidies on growing corn, really. That's funny. Where else cane sugar is cheaper. Oh, wait a second. Does this mean? Oh. I was hoping it would have the one where it's like it improves your melee.
This is a good result.
Oh my gosh, Passion! Ah, Pashy, it's good to see you. Hi, hi. Let me give you a shout out. Thank you so much for the raid. Ah, thank you for the follows. Hold on one second. Let me give Pashy a shout out. Because Pashy is very precious. But Bronzel, thank you so much for the follow. Yes, Bronze L. I apologize if I mispronounced your name, but hi everyone! Hi, how are you? Living Books Sheila Ray. The Brave. Interesting. I don't know if I know that game. But hi Pashy, it's good to see you. How are you? Yeah, it's Bronze L. Okay. Sorry, my activity feed made it look like all lowercase, so I was like, Bronzel? Or yeah. Thank you so much, Pokemaniac. Oh, it's funny, I just started playing Pokemon on stream the other day. Hi! Welcome in, everyone. I'm Super Shadow 271. I play a variety of games here on Twitch, because I collect games, and I'm playing this game because it looked really fun, and I love roguelikes, so... Hell, made out of bronze, yeah. That's probably pretty expensive. CD-ROM game series from the late 90s. Interesting. I mean, I guess my parents didn't really go for that sort of thing, so I was gonna say I've never heard of it, but I had Math Blasters and Number Munchers as kids. That was what I had. And a few other random games. Oh. Some name, too big fans. Sonic, that's hard to choose a favorite. I just really love Sonic Adventure 2, so like, and I of course do love Shadow, so I originally got my name from Neopets because I was creating a new Neopets account, and I was like, well, who's my favorite character? Shadow. Okay, well, you can't just name yourself Shadow because that'll be taken. But then I was like, Super Shadow, and that was taken. And then I started adding numbers to the end of it until it would accept. And that's how I got my username. Got a raid and run? No worries, Pashy. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for trusting me with your community. Take care. I hope after stream shenanigans goes okay, and yeah, I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Here's Sonic Heroes. Oh, nice. I've not streamed Sonic Heroes, but I replayed it recently. I think, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think I was better at it as a kid than I was now. Yeah, you can grapple hook through barnacles. It's very weird. Conservative family, trust me. Well, I don't even, it's less that my family was conservative and more that my dad, very smart man, but, he insisted for most of my childhood that, we don't, because he wanted to boycott Microsoft, and he didn't like Apple either, so the only machines I had as a kid were OS2, and if you're wondering what that is, you'll have to look it up because I couldn't explain it to you better than a very old operating system. But, just most modern stuff wouldn't even work on it anyway, so a lot of, like, PC-ROM games and stuff just wouldn't function. So it wasn't so much that, like, my parents were like, no, you can't have that. It was more like... I never really bothered to look at PC stuff because I knew it wouldn't run. And, you know, I was just talking about Neopets, how I got my username there, but, like, Flash was barely supported on it, so, like, the only things I could do were, like, go to the tree where people give free stuff and like, run a shop. Like, I couldn't really play any of the games or anything. But yeah, I mean, like, I did get to experience some things. Like, it's not like I was totally sheltered. It was just more... It's just more a matter of, like... Because obviously as a kid I couldn't afford to buy my own PC. So it was like... Well, this isn't gonna work on my machine, so... you know... We're sheltered by OS2. I mean, yeah, essentially, yes. Up until I was 16, my computer for my room had a floppy drive on it. It didn't even have USB. Even for the time, though, that was out of date. It's just how it was. I remember, because, like, I was a good student in school, and there was this one kid, and, like, you all know this type of kid, where like, he thought pairing up with the smart kid for a science project would earn him an easy A, and, the project involved making a PowerPoint, and I didn't have PowerPoint, so we had to do, like, an actual presentation and not just a PowerPoint. And I could tell how angry he was that he got paired with me. Which on the one hand is funny because of, like... Because you knew he thought I was just gonna be an easy... easy grade, but... No, that was not the case. Also, I'm sorry if I'm not talking about the game too much. I reached a point where I've reached the Citadel in this game, but getting to the Citadel involves you finding the gate to it, and I'm still not, like, great at this game yet. I'm better than I used to be, but not great. It's like I'm just trying to get to the point where I can get to the Citadel and try and make progress there. Or as me and my friends say, progress. How did you do that? So actually, no, we had, like, physical props. And I specifically, funny story, I don't know if you guys know SNL, like, bits, but there's Mr. Bill, who was, like, a kind of claymation doll thing that would get hurt a lot in skits. And so our presentation was about black holes, and so I made a handmade version of Mr. Bill to like pretend like he was gonna get sucked into the black hole. I love Mr. Bill. Yeah, I actually made like a clay Mr. Bill to use as a prop, and my idea was that like he would go through the event horizon of the black hole, and then I'd like squish him and elongate him. But sadly, the material I used had hardened to the point that I couldn't stretch him very much. I was severely disappointed. But yeah, we had like a little paper black hole, and it had like a ring, you know, on the outside to represent the event horizon, and we had to like explain that to the class. And I mean, it was the only presentation that wasn't a PowerPoint, so like maybe we got some brownie points with the teacher, but for me, I just remember looking over while he was doing the presentation and seeing his face just be like, I cannot believe I'm doing this right now. Like, why did I get stuck like this? Mr. Bell explains black holes. Yeah, that was essentially what I did. That was essentially the presentation I gave. And, I was proud of it at the time, but nowadays I am kind of embarrassed I couldn't just do a PowerPoint. My dad still has a boycott Microsoft like banner in his office. And like I understand his reasoning, but it's so ubiquitous to the point that I feel like it hurt more than helped when I was a kid. Because, like, I had to learn all of the technology stuff, you know, later in my life, whereas it came natural to other people. Imagine he's ecstatic about it all the... Oh, yeah. No, I remember when I was young, I remembered saying I liked Windows 7 because it was, like, better than Vista. And my dad was just like, I mean, I guess it is, but he was not too enthused about either. But yeah, my dad hates basically all the new Windows stuff. Does he use Linux? No, he still uses OS2 actually. He doesn't know, the thing is, he doesn't know enough about Linux to really work with Linux, so it's kind of the situation where it's like we can't have Windows, we can't have Mac, and Linux is out of the question, so we just went to the one he did know, which was OS2. The particular version was Ecom Station. Like, ECOM Station. How does he feel about Xbox? It's funny you say that, because when I was young, I played Mercenaries Playground of Destruction at a friend's house, and on the original Xbox, and I was like, that is so cool, because I'm a sucker for destruction physics. And so I begged to you know, to have my parents buy me an original Xbox, but my dad was like, no, it's Microsoft. I imagine people kept... I don't know, to tell you the truth. To be honest with you, every time we install Ecom Station, I think it's just that he still has the CD and product key and stuff for it. I don't know if he does any sort of updates. I'd have to ask. But yeah, I wanted to buy an Xbox, an original Xbox, so I could play Mercenaries, and my dad said no. which in retrospect was probably a good move, because, like, buying a console for one game is never really that good a decision. I'd like to think that I would have bought other games, but I don't know. I actually did like Blinks the Time Sweeper, though. Apparently the latest release is not terrible. I'm surprised that it's even that recent. But yeah, it's hard to get things working on that operating system. What do you mean buying a console? I totally... Yeah, I know, and you constantly complain about it the whole time. That's what I'm saying. The Hollow Secret does it. Yes! That, Structor, you read my mind. I didn't want to say it out loud. But I definitely... That was exactly my thought process, like, oh, thank goodness I don't have to use the shotgun. Recycling materials. I forget what that means. I'm gonna hold off. Trade health for an item. Oh. See, that was not the impression the description gave me. I assume your dad was against Microsoft because of Mob. Yeah, pretty much. A thing my dad always brought up whenever talking about the Microsoft stuff too was it related to Word, because, you know, Word is the default thing nowadays, but like back in the day the default was I don't think, yeah, it does not affect Adrenaline. But like now, back in the day, the program people used to use for word processing was called Lotus 123 or something like that. I forget, it was Lotus something. But when developing Windows, there was apparently a saying that Bill Gates had when developing Windows, which was like, Windows isn't done until Lotus won't run, because he specifically wanted to force people into using, you know, Word. And my dad... And, like, to an extent, I really do agree that, like, it's a shitty thing to do, but also, in a world that is so heavily reliant on Word, like, knowing it's pretty important, you know? And they screwed over Netscape as well, yes. Yeah. Yeah. And Microsoft have been declared, like, a legal monopoly. They are a monopoly. Because they own an insane amount of the world's, like, operating systems. Google Docs not as good as Word. No, Google Docs actually is fine. More so, it's the fact that, like, especially when I was in school, like, every time it was like you have to submit a Microsoft Word, oh shit. Oh god. Damn it! I thought I could escape that. I think you're thinking of WordPerfect? I'll have to double check, because I do remember my dad specifically being sore about Lotus. Just buy us once and not subscribe to it. Yeah, well, but that's the thing. Even the fact that you had to buy it at all was kind of a sticking point for my dad. So it was like... I get it from a, like, moral perspective, but from a more practical perspective, it made my life so difficult because it was like none of the files provided by teachers and stuff would work properly in our equivalent of Word, and like formatting would get messed up, and sometimes the teachers couldn't read the file, and it's like I don't want to get dinged on an assignment because whatever, I choose such an ugly Oh, thank you for going back to look. I really wanted you to see. And what do you mean ugly? It's awesome. Question whether they even sell well. I don't know. But yeah, hi Groovy, it's good to see you. How are you? Shadow, think of all the benefits you have. It's the Latin of OS. Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing. See, it's not like language where, like, if you knew Latin, you could at least, like, piece together things. It was just like, oh, so you don't understand anything and you can't do anything. So it's a doc. It's doc. Yeah. That was a nightmare for me. Because I always had to convert my text files. Or, my document files, whatever. And teachers were very strict about it, and it's like, I went through all that hardship, and it's not like Microsoft didn't end up being a monopoly. You know what I mean? Hold on. If anyone wants more details on why, listen to the Bastard Behind the Bastards episode on Bill Gates, then listen to the episode. Yeah. Have I told this story on stream about how Steve Jobs stole my friend's invention, or my dad's friend's invention? He actually did get featured once in like an Apple magazine or whatever, but for the most part, most people don't know that story. Sorry, teacher, I didn't see there was a difference between... Yeah, yes. Boycott worked well enough. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, that was a true pain in the ass for me. For me, what also frustrated me was when the class would use a more modern version of Word, but then they would require you to save it in the older format. Because I was like, what's the point? You're viewing it on the same thing I am. What's with that? Clarification on the Lotus thing. Wait. Did I miss something? I think it sometimes was bundled with WordPerfect. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Wow. Maybe, but to my, or at least the way my dad told it, was that, like, specifically Lotus was targeted. Not, I mean, I don't know, maybe WordPerfect was as well, but... you know what, after stream I'll ask my dad. Or, you know what? Yeah, actually, I lack the immersion when names don't sound like names. For me, I guess it's not a deal breaker. But also, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can... I'm gonna get some clarification on this. I'm gonna go and ask my dad, and maybe... essentially saying, like, he thinks I confused Lotus with WordPerfect. You know how you used to tell me that, like, Windows isn't done until Lotus won't run? Yeah. So he was like, are you sure you're not thinking of WordPerfect? Because he... Yeah. Okay, because I was like, can you tell that on stream? As, I mean, we don't have to use webcam or anything, but I just want you to clarify.
No, Microsoft targeted both, but that was.
So they did target both. Okay.
Yeah, but that was a DOS development thing.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, this is my dad. He will explain it a little bit better than I can because I was kind of messing up. I didn't realize WordPerfect was also targeted. I just remembered you're saying Windows isn't done until Lotus won't run.
Yeah, so that was an objective of Microsoft at one point.
Okay.
It was the late DOS era when DOS was being developed. I think it was DOS 6.0 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Microsoft had targeted both Lotus and WordPerfect, and they bought both Word from a vendor as well as Excel, so they never developed anything from scratch.
Oh.
They just bought previous applications that other vendors had developed and just improved upon them.
Mm. Interesting. Okay. I didn't remember that part of the story. That's why I wanted you to come in and clarify, because like I felt like I was kind of ruining the timeline.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they bought Word. Word was a DOS app as well. Excel, I don't remember where Excel came from, but Excel came from a Windows app, I thought. But I may be wrong about that.
Okay. Because I was saying, it wasn't Lotus like the most popular word processor at the time?
Oh yeah, 123 was way out front of Excel, and Excel was non-existent as far as the roadmap. Everybody used 123.
Yeah.
WordPerfect and 123 pretty much owned the spreadsheet and word processing market. And,
okay.
And Microsoft was nowhere.
Okay.
Microsoft owned the operating system market, but they were nowhere in terms of applications.
Right.
So,
but then Bill Gates worked on OS2, right? Is that what I misunderstood?
So DOS was licensed by IBM, and the reason DOS was so prevalent is that IBM licensed DOS to be on their operating system of choice, and everyone else cloned the PC because you needed a BIOS, and IBM had a lock on the BIOS that operated the PC. So everyone else who wanted to make a PC had to clone the BIOS because IBM was not licensing their BIOS. So Compaq was a clean room BIOS vendor. They had their own, and that's how Phoenix and all the other BIOS vendors had to clean room their own BIOS, and that's how the clone market started.
Okay.
So Microsoft licensed the DOS to IBM, but Microsoft owned the clone market, so they owned the rights to selling DOS to non-IBM computers.
Right.
So yeah, that's how they basically did the pre-licensing, or the licensing to sell to computers, for preloads.
Right.
And they basically said either sell all your computers with DOS or you don't get a license for DOS.
Oh, yeah.
So that's basically how they forced computer companies to get
Use
DOS
them
on all their computers, not just whatever computers were sold.
Yeah.
So they basically, even if they sold them without DOS, they charged them for every computers that the vendor sold.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
they basically put a lock on. You couldn't sell a computer without an operating system because it didn't pay, because you paid Microsoft
Right.
to license for even if it didn't have DOS on it.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That is much better than I could have explained it myself. My chat says hi, and they also once instructor asks, "Did you use Lotus manuscript?"
No, I did not.
No, really.
I don't know what that is.
Interesting. I hadn't heard of manuscript either, but I guess I just wanted to hear if Structor had some.
No, the other underhanded thing that Microsoft did is Microsoft and IBM entered into agreement to develop the follow-on operating system to DOS, and that was what was supposed to become OS2.
Oh.
But meanwhile, Microsoft was developing Windows and intended Windows to be the follow-on.
Yeah.
So they kind of did a half-hearted effort into developing OS2, but really put their efforts into Windows.
Right.
So they delivered shitty code to IBM, but put their real effort into Windows.
I see. Yeah.
And basically, so IBM was left on their own for the most part to develop OS2, and Windows was really where Microsoft's effort was.
Yeah.
Was put.
Yeah.
For the purposes, obviously, in
Market.
cornering the market.
Yeah.
In operating systems.
Market domination.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a better clarification on what I was trying to convey, because I was saying how you have that boycott Microsoft banner in your office,
Yeah.
and like that you didn't like it for those reasons, but I wasn't explaining it quite as well, so I figured it was just easier to have you say it.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of dirty crap that went on behind the scenes. That
Yes. Yeah.
That there's really my little summary is really kind of the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. It's just scratching the surface, I'm sure.
But yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was it.
Did you hear about Arca OS? ARCA OS?
Yeah, I use that. I have
you do?
I have that on a few. Arca OS was kind of the outgrowth of OS2. So when IBM had sold lots of OS2 to vendors and stuff who liked the reliability. In fact, a lot of automatic teller machines used OS2.
Oh, really?
And the New York City subway system used OS2 for a long time.
Oh, wow.
And
did
it
not
was
know that.
extremely reliable compared to Windows, which was kind of a DOS hybrid for a long time. It is crash prone. You've heard of blue screen of death and
Yes,
stuff like that.
certainly.
It is extremely unreliable, and OS2 is comparatively bulletproof. So it had a lot of uses that were kind of in industrial and commercial applications. So it had a lot of distribution in business, and so what happened is it had a pretty large installed base, kind of, not consumer facing but business facing, and a lot of that just kind of plain worked. And so what happened is that stuff just kind of worked behind the scenes, and nobody really touched it. There was no need for touching it. But hardware breaks, and people had purposes for this hardware that there was no reason to change anything about it, but they needed the back end, the software that was running their applications that were still running. They needed that stuff to continue working, but new hardware, new advances, new ACPI and the new I don't know what they call the new BIOS free computers and stuff like that. So the kind of the computers that were marching forward, but they needed the apps to move forward with the hardware. So a small company licensed OS2 from IBM, and they have a customer base of all those applications that still needed to be updated because of hardware change, but continued to work behind the scenes. And the company's called Arcanoa, Arcanoae.
Oh, okay.
So you can go to arcanoa.com and you can still buy the equivalent of OS2 now. And
wow.
And I'm a licensee, and I still use it, and I still have
Oh.
I still have a few copies of it.
Yeah, because I was also saying I thought you still had like a CD and a product activation code of OS2, but
yes,
I didn't know if
it's
you
for all my copies.
Yeah.
And basically, if you buy a new computer, that may have Windows or will likely have Windows on it,
Yeah,
you can
probably.
shrink the partition that has Windows on it, and you can get a license for Arcanoa, and you can essentially dual boot the computer.
Oh, yeah.
Install Arcanoa on it, and you can have both OS operating systems, and choose at boot time which you want to run.
Yeah.
So that will load onto modern hardware, whereas the old OS2 won't, just because it's outdated for modern day hardware.
Right.
It's still a 32-bit operating system, unlike Windows, which is 64-bit, but it's still a lot of fun. There's still applications written for it. It just doesn't have kind of the widespread distribution that Windows and such have. So I still play with it. It's still a lot of fun.
Okay.
It's still object-oriented. Windows still really isn't. And that actually has kind of a lot of benefits, which I like. But
Oh, okay. I don't know if you want to stay and answer more questions, but Structor does have another question.
I can answer like a couple.
Okay. Yeah. If you want to sit down, I'll give you my chair.
Just,
Okay.
I'll stay for 5 or 10 minutes. But...
Sure. So, do you like BSD or Linux?
I'm more of a Linux person. I have a bunch of Linux systems. I wouldn't call myself an expert by any means, but I use Fedora as my Linux distribution. It's pretty easy to use.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. It's 64-bit. It's pretty easy to install and get familiar with.
Yeah, Super Dad 271. Yeah. This is I wasn't expecting this, but this is fun. Yeah, because I remember a while back you told me like you weren't as familiar with Linux, so I didn't know how to communicate to people that like my dad likes it, but he doesn't know as much as he wants to about it.
Yeah, no, I like I said, I'm not an expert. I started using it at work for the last few years before I retired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still more of a command line guy, so if I know the commands, I get familiar pretty quickly. But I like graphical shells just to get started on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I can navigate around and at least get started with stuff, because being confronted with a command line prompt is as your first thing is pretty hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I started with DOS, which was command line, and you kind of say, all right, what do I do now? And where is everything, and how do I run things? But I can get by with Linux and move stuff around and run things and that kind of thing. But some of the finer points, I'm still unfamiliar with.
Fedora is actually the distro Linus Torvalds uses. He complains that the other ones are too hard to install.
Which one?
Fedora.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that's what he uses?
Yeah, that's what he uses, apparently.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I didn't either. I did tell them about my childhood computer.
Well, you're off the hook this time because swear words are...
Yes.
What was that?
that so people can redeem a random noise to play, and it's all of like inside jokes with me and my friends and stuff. So that one was like, I'll let you off the hook this time because swear words are funny, which we laugh whenever my friends and I use that. But yeah, because my childhood computer actually didn't have USB ports, right? It had a floppy drive. I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You were pretty young 20 years ago. When
Yes.
but I felt more comfortable putting OS2 in front of you because a lot of the games and things like that, they were DOS games.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff I put on your machines. And like the Incredible Machine.
Oh yeah, I love the Incredible Machine.
And I don't know what else, what other games you guys loved, but
Yeah.
I put a bunch of stuff in front of you. Some of it you loved, some of it you didn't.
Yeah.
Care for, and
I mean, I do remember Math Blasters and Number Munchers being very, at the time, very fun. But I haven't played it in so long. I wonder if I'd still enjoy it. But
Dinosaur Adventure. You remember that?
oh, I think yeah. Oh man, I always got stuck in that. I think because I was so afraid of the dinosaurs that because there's like a part where you have to like walk by one, and I couldn't figure out how it would how I could pass by it. It would always like attack me, and I got scared of it, so I stopped.
So OS2 was perfect for that stuff because I could give you a graphical interface, and you could choose your games, and you could click on stuff and start games all by yourself.
Yeah.
If it was native DOS, that would have been like impossible. And Windows at that time was still, Windows 95-ish and Windows 98, and that stuff crashed all the time.
Yeah.
That stuff was just awful, and I'd have to sit by you. With OS2, you guys could pretty much work on your own and have a lot of fun and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely, and like Trials of Battle, like played Trials of Battle, but I don't remember when this happened, but like I used to love Neopets, and I would go onto the website, and Flash like wasn't supported at that point.
Yeah, that was the difficulty. So some of the native internet stuff was a little generation behind. At least we got Firefox around what was then? Was it Netscape or whatever? But a lot of that stuff was a generation behind because everyone targeted Windows stuff first.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit painful, but we didn't have the Microsoft apps at that time. And that was a difficulty because teachers would say, "Go home and generate a Word document."
Yes.
And I'd say, "Well, we don't have Word, but I can give you, something equivalent."
Yeah.
And then people would complain about format conversions and stuff like that.
Yes.
And I was like, "Come on."
Yeah.
But
yeah, I actually told the story. I don't know if you remember this. I think it was 8th grade science project or science presentation, how I had to make a little Mr. Bill and explain how black holes worked with him. And the person I was partnered with clearly recognized that I was a good student and probably thought I'd be like an easy A. And I was the only one who didn't do a PowerPoint presentation. And I remember looking over at his face, and he was so sour. His face was just like, I can't believe I got stuck with the one kid.
But you did an equivalent or something, right?
Yeah, well, we just did like a physical presentation. Like we didn't have a slideshow to like just show. That's why I made a clay Mr. Bill, and my intention was that once he crossed the event horizon, I'd like squish him and stretch him out. But sadly, the clay I used hardened to the point that he wouldn't really stretch by that point. Which was a heartbreaker for me. But people in my chat have said they would love to see like a Mr. Bill Explains Black Holes segment. Which, could your childhood computer run Doom? I didn't have it on Doom.
In fact, there was a Doom for OS2.
Oh, really? Huh.
That was one of the first things that came out game-wise.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense, I guess.
Well, in the classic sense of Doom runs on everything. Right?
Yes, yeah. It's funny, too. I remember decently long ago, but my sister came home from college, and she, on the flight home, and like we were taking her home, and she goes, "Guess what I saw? Someone playing next to me." And I was like, "What?" And she said, "Doom." And I was like, "What is that?" And I ever since she said that, I noticed like you had the CDs of Doom,
Yeah.
and like it was just so funny to me because how did that evade my complete like, I don't know, sphere of knowledge.
knowledge.
Yeah.
So there was a repository called Hobbs for all OS2 apps. It was kind of like the place to go to for OS2.
Okay.
It used to be maintained by the New Mexico State University of all
Oh
places.
wow. Weird.
So it's hobbs.nmsu.edu, but now there's just, if you Google Hobbs, HOBBES, it got stopped being maintained by New Mexico State. It used to be just a volunteer thing for, but when IBM abandoned OS2, it started kind of fraying at the edges. But
Yes.
somebody picked it up and is maintaining it, and now there's I don't know, it's hobbs.org or hobbs.something.
Yeah.
But so one of the first games that got uploaded to it was the compiled for OS2 Doom for OS2.
That is so funny. I had never seen you play it. I didn't see the disc of it ever. I just somehow it just totally escaped me. But ever since Jess came home and was like, "Oh, I saw Doom," and I was like, "What do you mean? What is that?" Like, I saw it everywhere. Your dad plays Doom. Yeah, Groovy. Groovy was happy to hear you play Doom.
I did. Not a ton, but I did.
Yeah, my dad was a bit of a gamer. He
Prince of Persia?
Yeah, he was excellent at Prince of Persia. No, HOBBES, right?
HOBBES, right.
Okay, yeah.
Like Calvin and Hobbes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you Google Hobbs and OS2 or something like that, Hobbs and Warp or Hobbs and Arkanoa or Hobbs by itself probably gets you the theoretical philosopher, but but Hobbs and some other thing that related to OS2, and you'll find the website.
Yeah, and you still have OS2 versions of some of the games in your office, right? Like those are the OS2 versions and not like.
So there's like one of the famous golf games got ported to OS2. There's Trials of Battle, as you mentioned.
Yes, I do love Trials of Battle.
What else? There's a few other OS2 only. There's a Sim Town for OS2, which you kids remember.
Yeah, I remember. Wow, I have not thought about SimTown in a while.
There's a disc of that IBM actually put out of games just for OS2.
Oh,
so they paid. Who was the originator of the Sim?
Maxis.
Maxis.
Yes.
So they paid Maxis to port SimCity to OS2.
So
and they put it on that disc. So there's a game disc for about, I don't know, 10 games, 12 games, something like that, and one of them is SimCity for OS2. So you can use SimCity for OS2.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I knew you had the first Civilization game on disc.
Oh.
I remember.
Yes.
I remember trying to play that game, and it's old enough to where it requires that you have the manual because it like.
I think I have a copy of the manual.
I think you do, but just at the time, I didn't have the manual or the copy of the manual with me. So every so often, it would stop gameplay and go like, "What technology is at this stage of development?"
Right.
And then it's like, I don't know, and then and then it would be like your citizens revolted and you lost everything.
Right.
Like,
that wasn't native OS2.
That wasn't.
I don't think
okay.
so. No.
Huh. I do remember it being old enough that it didn't assume you had speakers, so it would have the computer itself make the noises with the hard drive. Like,
Not with the hard drive. There was a speaker, or like it's the early sound that came with a computer was a just a thin speaker intended only to make beeps and boops, like when there were errors and stuff like that.
oh, okay.
Programmers figured out how to modulate the beeps and the boops
Oh,
just to give you like really crude sounds.
Yeah.
And if you, we have the Tetris on OS2.
Oh, yeah. That's the ZX
Downstairs.
Spectrum version, yeah.
Yeah, the Spectrum Holobyte.
Spectrum Holobyte.
It's
yes.
the DOS under OS2, but it's still DOS.
Oh.
And it uses that to make the sounds.
Oh, I don't remember that at all.
Okay, so
I need to play that.
So basically programmers figured out how to modulate the speaker sounds through series of codes to send to that speaker.
Yeah.
Again, it was only intended to make beeps and error type sounds.
Yeah.
But they learned how to modulate it to make more complex sounds, not very good sounds.
Yeah.
but more complex.
Well,
sounds.
yeah, I guess I just assumed that it was using the hard drive and stuff because the noise
No.
it would make would be like really scrunchy, as if like
Yeah.
you were dragging the arm across the hard drive.
Terrible sounds.
Yeah.
But like it plays the tune for the Tetris. The
Yes.
I mean,
Do 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 do.
that's it. That's right.
Yeah.
So the Russian sound.
Yes.
I don't-
The Tetris theme.
The Tetris theme song gets played through that little
Man,
speaker.
I need to play that version again. It's been so long. I remember it does have like Russian fairy tales in between. I have very little memory of it now.
Yeah.
It's been so long. It was also curious to me they didn't include it in the Tetris Forever re-release because that was the one version I wanted.
Spectrum or
Holobyte.
whoever who bought them out clearly retained the rights.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's I'm probably going to be looking up a lot of these games now, like, after stream. I'm probably going to go, like, what happened to that? Who?
You're making me feel pretty old, though. I
I mean,
know the historical sequencing of how this evolved.
yeah, fair enough, but,
Because I know what, before the first sound cards came out, how the sounds evolved from making that speaker do things before they had sound cards. So
right. Sound blasters.
Sound blasters, right? They were the first that really took sound to the next level. So.
Yeah, and did you ever have like a Voodoo graphics card or oh gosh, what was the other brand? Because there are people who still get nostalgic over older like PC card brands.
No, I was fascinated with the sound cards. So although sound blasters were the first ones, they were not the best.
Yeah.
So there was a company called MediaVision that had the Pro Audio Spectrum cards.
Oh.
They were like the first 16-bit audio cards. So I still have my old 16-bit audio card.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
And they had, you could get ones with a SCSI interface with them, and that was like state of the art at the time. And those were really cool.
Yeah.
So I have one or a few, and they published like special programming interfaces for those.
Yeah.
And those put out incredible sound. Creative Sound Blasters were first, but they were like 8-bit and they were kind of crappy.
Yeah.
So even though it was an advancement, it wasn't what you were like shooting for.
Yeah.
The Pro Audio Spectrums were really cool cards, and people started a program, but they weren't as widely distributed as the Sound Blasters. Everyone went out and bought Sound Blasters because they were like the first good or semi-good card.
Yeah.
So they owned the market because they were first, but
yeah. That makes sense.
But yeah, I was much more fascinated with sound cards than video cards. I probably still have a whole bunch of old stuff. If you ever want to get into it.
I do know you have that stuff. I just don't know much enough about it to like utilize it, you know.
If we ever get to fixing your car completely, so
Yeah,
you can
well,
get
yeah. I mean, I want to fix my car. I'm
I
just,
know. It's just we can't get past. It's been 4 months.
I know,
We're
I
still
know.
working on it.
Yeah,
But yeah, I have a whole bunch of what were really cool at the time, and now are just landfill.
yeah, yeah. Well, um, do you have? I remember one of my friends saying like, "Oh, look at this! It's a complete recreation of an IBM keyboard that like people loved back in the day."
Yeah, I never.
Do you?
IBM stuff were often extremely high quality stuff, but also extremely expensive stuff.
Oh yeah,
So what was often the challenge was to get high quality stuff that wasn't so expensive.
right.
So what people wanted at the time, there was a company called
Okay.
Northgate Computers.
I think I've heard of them.
Like were the first like I don't want to call it just mail order, but the first like company that was just in their own location, and they were like the Dell before Dell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
So you bought computers from them,
Mm-hmm.
and they had the best keyboards.
Oh, wow.
So if you could find a Northgate keyboard, those are the great keyboards at the
I'll
time.
have to look that up. I wonder if
Uh,
they're still around.
so they were affordable as well as great, and those people who couldn't afford IBM stuff, but wanted excellent quality. You got a Northgate keyboard.
Okay.
What else?
Dang car.
So
I
video
know.
cards. There were some Diamond were really cool video cards. The
Yes.
Diamond Stealth
Yeah.
cards were great at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cause
They got taken over by somebody.
yeah.
I think we're the competitors to
AMD.
huh?
AMD.
Yeah, AMD.
Okay.
Well, who? ATI.
Oh, ATI. Yeah.
AMD bought ATI, but ATI bought I think Diamond
Oh, okay.
for a time
Yeah.
before AMD bought them out.
Yeah, and that's why you prefer AMD stuff nowadays, right?
Well, so I mean now it's hard to say.
I guess so. Yeah.
Uh, what's the name of the leaders now?
Nvidia.
Nvidia. So Nvidia is, I mean, so apparently Nvidia has the market, and for pretty good reason, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't chase that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I used to be bleeding edge kind of guy, and I realized it's just kind of not worth it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
You pay top dollar for bleeding edge stuff. A lot of it is, has, because it's bleeding edge, it's not refined enough in terms of software, and sometimes the hardware has errors in it.
Yeah.
And you pay top dollar for it, in 6 months something new comes out, and it's half the price of what you paid.
Yeah.
So I'd rather wait the 6 months. The stuff gets refined, the
Yeah.
software gets better, the hardware gets either worked out, or the software gets workarounds for where the hardware is bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'd rather not pay top dollar and have it be worth half as much in 6 months.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So
Nice.
I just wound up paying way too much money for that stuff.
Yeah. Instructor says he still likes Radeon.
Yeah,
They still like Radeon.
So the reason ATI was great was not because they didn't have good hardware. They had good hardware, but they had great software. At the time they released their stuff, their drivers were rock solid, and often their hardware performance wasn't great, but their software was terrific.
Okay.
And a lot of the magazines and stuff that I read said, yeah, you might get a little bit better performance elsewhere, but the software from ATI was just absolutely solid.
Wow.
So, and I kind of noticed that a little bit with NVIDIA. I mean, I haven't had a lot of NVIDIA stuff, but I worked on, when I was doing some of my my recognition stuff, my intelligent recognition stuff, we were using some artificial intelligence stuff that Meta put out as open source.
Oh yeah.
And the NVIDIA stuff was, I had to match the software revision to the hardware that was on the laptop that the company gave me.
Yeah.
And it was just absolutely nightmarish to get the revision of the software to match the hardware that I was using, and I had to the video driver had to get matched to the meta software.
Oh gosh.
And that had to be matched to the chipset of the video card.
Yeah.
And I had to back level like 2 or 3 revisions for each,
Jeez.
just to make sure that all 3 got matched up properly.
Correctly. Oh.
And it was such a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I mean, you wind up paying those kinds of prices when you're in time, when you're trying to do development, and sometimes being bleeding edge, it winds up costing you time and money. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of meta open source, do you remember there was some kind of drama around Oculus, which I think at the time was owned by, was just owned by Meta, but John Carmack actually made some code for like VR stuff, and apparently he stole the code from id Software, who he worked for before or something like that. So they got into a big legal dispute.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember you knew John Carmack.
Well,
and
just because of his game development stuff.
Yeah, yeah, from Doom.
From Doom. Basically.
Yeah.
Right.
I just thought it was funny that it's like, back in the day he was, a wizard, and then nowadays it's like, yeah, he's caught stealing code for, for something. But
what how's the saying go? Good artists imitate, great artists steal.
Yes, I've heard that. Yeah, that is, yeah.
So someone a long time ago, when around the time when Doom was released and stuff, the people who figured out how to make first-person shooter stuff efficient, realizing that you don't have to render everything in the field of view.
Yeah, or outside of the field.
Yeah, so that you could do that in such a way that you minimize the computation, and you can do it in such a computationally efficient way that it winds up being really, really fast.
Yes.
And I read through it once. I kind of half understood it. I mean, I got the point of it, but how you wind up implementing it, I didn't get into that kind of detail because that wasn't my line of work, and it wasn't important to me. But
yeah.
Basically, if you realize that the only parts of the field of view that are efficient are the things that you see.
Yes.
So basically, the ray tracing that goes out from your point of view.
Right.
That's the only stuff that you wind up caring about, and if you only do that computations, then you save like tons of computation. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So that was like what wound up allowing Doom and first-person shooters like that.
Yeah.
Possible on what were relatively slow computers at the time.
Yeah.
That was a real advancement, and once people kind of picked up on that, then you started seeing first-person shooter stuff all over the place.
Yeah.
Doom, Quake,
yes,
and all those games started coming out like in droves.
Yes.
So that was a real advancement. So that was a great thing for the video game industry.
Oh, that is a good. Yeah. I kind of hinted at it briefly, but can you explain the story of Apple stealing?
Oh, you mean the pinch?
The pinch. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Because I wanted to say it, but I couldn't.
I'll try to do this without bragging, because my best friend, or one of my best friends, kind of invented the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I had a friend back at MIT, and he went to grad school at Carnegie Mellon in the computer science department, and he basically went into gesture sensing.
Yes.
Computer gesture sensing, and he the people at Carnegie Mellon, the hardware guys there had developed, and we're talking now early 80s. Okay, so we're
Okay.
talking a little over 40 years ago. The hardware guys there had developed essentially a piece of hardware that was essentially something that you mounted on your computer screen.
Okay.
Okay, and it was I think they called it multi-touch or something like that. And what it did was it sensed multiple, not just a single finger touch, but multiple fingers on
On the screen.
at the same time. So I think people had already figured out how to get single touch recognition at the computer screen, but they had developed multiple touch.
Yeah.
So what he had done is he developed a software API, an application programming interface,
Yes.
that would make use of that.
Mm-hmm.
So what he did, and it turns out their interest at the time was to sell the hardware, not so much the software.
Okay.
But he had, as part of his PhD work, wrote a paper on multi-touch and use of multi-touch in the area of gesture sensing.
Okay.
And he sent out preprints of the paper, basically for technical review, because that's how you did peer review papers, right?
Right.
You sent it to people who were known in the technical area, for them to review the paper and make comments and suggestions for changes and whatever prior to publication.
Right.
And he had also made a video, which, depending on your people's interest, I could probably find the URL for it.
Oh,
it still
yeah.
exists.
Yeah.
Of him demonstrating how to use such a thing.
Specifically your friend, right?
Specifically my friend.
Yeah, yeah.
His name's Dean.
Dean.
And he showed how to use multi-touch.
Yes.
Now, two things happened. One of the people that he sent the draft paper to was an employee at Apple.
At Apple, yes. Okay.
And not only that, Steve Jobs went to Carnegie Mellon for a demonstration
okay.
of the hardware and software.
Yeah, yeah.
And he demonstrated that to them.
Yeah, to them.
Again,
okay.
The primary interest was supposedly the hardware.
The hardware, right.
But he demonstrated using the multi-touch on how to control the screen and how you could use it to enlarge and contract and move things around on the screen with nothing but gestures.
Right.
Okay. Steve Jobs was more than intrigued.
Yeah, yeah.
And within a couple of months, he the software for the iPhone had come out in demo form.
Okay.
With pinch and expand,
yes,
and those kinds of gestures available on the phone or on a
touch screen.
I don't know, his iPhone or his iTouch or basically a handheld device.
Yes.
And he's pretty sure that basically Apple took the ideas that he had demonstrated to them, because A, there was only the demo to Steve Jobs, and B, there was a limited number of people to whom he distributed the preprint of the paper, and one of them was to Apple. The person who worked at Apple.
Right.
So there was no other way for them to have gotten the idea except
through that.
through that.
Yeah.
So,
Well, didn't correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you also mention that like the Apple engineer gave feedback that like delayed him
Yes.
from completing it too?
Yes.
That also is a very big indicator to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So he thought about pursuing legal action to them.
Yeah.
But he would be unable to prove that it was exactly
His idea.
that spurred them to action.
Oh, that. Yeah.
So, I've seen the video. It's pretty cool.
Hold on. Structor believes they found the video. Let's see if Structor is correct.
Dean Rubine.
Yeah, CHI 1990.
That's him.
Yeah.
Oh, but the video.
Oh, combining gestures and manipulations from 92.
It would the original that would have to be a reposting because the video is from earlier than that.
Okay. But it's sort of similar. Same guy,
Yeah, that's the guy.
but not this particular video.
Well, no, I think that's the video, but I think that
Oh.
particular posting is later.
Oh, well, yeah, this was only posted 11 years ago, so, like,
Yeah, but why it says 92, I'm not sure.
I think,
But that
Yeah.
is the see if you can play it a little bit. Wait, see if there's a date there.
not here.
My name is Dean Rubine,
That's
and
him.
I'm going to show you some gesture work I've done here in the Computer Music Laboratory in the School of Computer Science
like a
at
teenager.
Carnegie Mellon University.
I mean, I guess-
A gesture is a simple hand drawing used to give a command to a computer. Here I'm using mouse gestures to control GDP, a simple drawing program. An L is the gesture for creating a rectangle. The start of the gesture determines one corner of the rectangle, and the other corner is determined by dragging.
Yeah, wait till he starts using
This
his
gesture
hands.
creates an ellipse. The center of the ellipse is determined by the start of the gesture, and then the ellipse's size and eccentricity may be interactively manipulated.
Oh, maybe
This
the date
gesture
is wrong.
creates
Maybe
a
I have
line.
the dates wrong.
Okay.
Encircling some shapes groups the shapes into a single composite object.
Structor says the description suggests that the end of the video was recorded earlier, like 90 or 91.
Oh.
So maybe
Yeah,
just a couple
maybe
years.
Maybe I had the date wrong.
Yeah.
All right, but
A
go on.
composite object can now be copied using the C gesture. I begin the gesture on the object. After the gesture is recognized, I can drag the object around. This curly cue is the rotate and scale gesture. The start of the gesture determines the center of rotation. After the gesture is recognized,
I
I
think
can
he's using his
interactively control the
hand to do
object's
this.
size and
I don't think-
orientation.
Well,
They're not showing it yet, though.
yeah. I
This
was gonna say, I
single
thought he
stroke
said he was
gesture
using mouse.
brings up some edit
Yeah, I
points
thought
on
so
an
too.
object. The edit points are used to scale the object's x and y independently. The edit points themselves are not sensitive to gesture. Instead, they're dragged around in a normal direct manipulation fashion. This is a simple way of combining gestures and direct manipulation in the same interface. The move gesture
So this
begins
is the-
by
this must be the
positioning the
direct
mouse on an
interface
object
then,
and then
part.
pressing the button
Yeah,
making the gesture.
I think.
The gesture is recognized when the mouse stops moving, even if the mouse button is still pressed. Now the object will be dragged until the button is released.
Yeah, so
A
this is still
single
button
stroke
button.
X on an object causes
Do you want
the
me to
object
skip
be
ahead?
deleted.
I haven't seen this in ages.
Oh, okay.
GDP illustrates how a single gesture serves to indicate both a command and all its parameters. In GDP, the basic interaction combines gesturing and direct manipulation in the presence of application feedback.
So
Ego recognition refers to trying to recognize
I go with you can keep
Oh,
playing it
okay.
while we're
the
talking.
gesture as soon
Yeah.
as it's unambiguous.
I go
rather
with this
than
guy
waiting for the
on
mouse
a
to
rock
stop
cruise
moving.
every year.
For example, the rectangle
So
gesture is the
we
only
went,
one that begins with a downstroke,
for
so
like the
it's
6th
recognized
time
almost
this past
immediately.
year.
The
We're
copy
going again in
gesture is recognized as
2026.
soon as the curvature of the C
So
is
yeah, we
apparent.
go on a progressive rock
In
cruise.
contrast, the line gesture is not eagerly recognized, but only recognized when we stop moving the mouse.
This guy,
This is because
okay,
the line gesture is ambiguous,
brilliant.
being a
Yes.
prefix of the
He is
move
like
gesture.
probably the smartest
Using the copy
guy
gesture,
I
I can now
know.
copy this segment
Mathematics and
3
computer
times,
science.
quickly making a Necker cube.
He just sent me a
In
URL.
this version of
I don't have
GDP,
my phone.
the grouping
Oh.
gesture
They
is
just
trained
solved,
with a
like,
clockwise circle. Since
the
it's eagerly recognized, I must now touch the objects
polynomials,
that I wish to group
finding
together.
polynomial solutions for orders greater than 3,
Now that
which has
I've
been
grouped the
like
components of the
a
cube
holy
together, I
grail
can rotate it.
problem for like
Rotate and scale
ages.
gesture
Yeah, I
is
was gonna say, I
eagerly
feel like
recognized
I've
after
heard
about a
my
third of it has
teachers
been entered,
talk about that
and then I can
and be like,
interactively
yeah, they're
rotate
still
and
working
scale
on
the
that.
object.
They just published the paper that they've solved it.
Wow.
The delete gesture is recognized about halfway through during its upstroke.
Yeah, see if you can skip ahead. So
Yeah,
if
yeah.
it's-
As we can see, ego recognition allows gesturing.
Here we go.
Here you go.
Yeah, yeah. We're about 7 minutes in.
Now I'm going to demonstrate multi-finger gesture recognition. For this, I'm going to use the sensor frame as an input device. The sensor frame is a frame that sits around your screen and consists of 4 optical sensors, one in each corner, and can
Oh.
detect up to 3 fingers in a plane above the screen. I've done a version of the drawing program that uses the sensor frame and multiple finger gestures. Here I'm training the drawing program on the undo gesture. I usually give 20
So he wrote an
examples.
API that he published
Now
for
that
free.
I've trained it on the undo
And
gesture,
basically
try the
people were
new
downloading
gesture
it
out.
all over the place, and he like 10 years later they were still
first I'll make a line.
sending him
It's the
email
same gesture as in GDP, but
about
additional
questions
fingers
about
let
the
me
API.
change
Oh,
the color and
real? Wow.
thickness of the line. The rectangle gesture is also the same, but
They
I can
solved
control
what?
the color and thickness and filled property.
Hold on, sorry, what was it they solved? The
Oh, the polynomial, the roots of a polynomial greater than order 3. So you know there's the solution plus or minus, negative b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a.
Yes, yeah.
So that's for polynomial of order 2.
Right.
There's apparently a formula, I don't even remember what it is, for order 3.
Right,
But
right.
beyond order 3, there's no
wasn't.
there's no general solution.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well, now we found one?
now there is.
That's crazy. He's a smart cookie.
Yeah.
The 2-finger L gesture is a parallelogram gesture. The parallelogram is hard to see, so I'm going to use the color change gesture to change its color and filled property. Tapping an object with 3 fingers is the grouping gesture. Here I've grouped these 3 shapes into a single object, which I can now copy as a unit. Additional fingers let me change the color and filled property of the object. My goal here is to perform a number of operations, which I can later attempt to undo with my newly trained undo gesture. Grabbing an object with 2 fingers lets me interactively rotate, scale, and translate the object. This is done by having each finger attached to a point on the object, which I can then drag around.
It's so weird to see,
The
thinking that this
gesture
is
lets
the like
me
early
delete an object
90s.
as in GDP. Now I'll create some new shapes, delete some more, create another rectangle, and now I'll try out my undo gesture. Note it undoes the last operation, and as I move my hand up, it undoes more and more. Get that last shape. And then as I go down, it redoes, so I can go back in history to wherever I like. The multiple finger gesture recognition algorithm is based on the single finger gesture recognition algorithm. Both GDP, the mouse drawing program, and the multiple finger drawing program illustrate how a gesture serves not only to give a command, but also the parameters to the command. Both use the two-phase interaction, which begins with a gesture, but after the gesture is recognized, becomes a direct manipulation operation. Thus, the power of gestures and the
So,
power
I
of direct
mean, obviously you
manipulation
can see
are
that the
combined in a
gestures
single
themselves are a little
interaction.
different from what we know now.
Yeah,
but-
yeah. So that was like the foundation, essentially,
Yeah.
that they built off of.
Right.
Copyright 1991.
Yeah, there you
So-
go. Okay, all right, so I was off by a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But it was around the time where Apple was searching for an alternative way to control inputs to a handheld,
Oh.
because they couldn't put a keyboard, or using a keyboard on a handheld would be ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah.
People tried it. It was cumbersome. It didn't really work.
Right.
But how to do it with fingers, or without a stylus or something like that, was still an unsolved problem.
Yeah.
Well, here was the path by which to go about solving that problem.
Yeah, yeah. And Dean,
Kind of showed the way.
yeah, showed the way. And also, like, it does frustrate me because they were trying to beat Dean to the publishing part, right? So, like, they had him receive criticism to delay his project so
Right.
they could, like, publish first or whatever.
So Apple's interest was getting something in front of people.
Yeah.
So I don't think they were trying to beat him to publish first. They
Oh.
didn't care about the publishing. They just didn't want to get into the licensing trouble.
Oh, okay.
So if they allowed him to publish first, and then they introduced a product
yeah.
later, then he could say, well, clearly you based what you were
Off of
doing
my work?
off of my work.
Yeah, yeah.
But if they put something out before he published,
Oh.
then clearly
Yeah, it couldn't
we
have been,
did,
yeah.
it couldn't have been because of what you published, because we introduced the product before you published.
Yeah, yeah. That
Even though she got a preprint.
yes. Yeah, yeah. That is that's the part of the story that really gets me.
You're right.
It's like it's not even just that they saw technology and were like, "Hey, let's try and do it." Like
Right.
they specifically delayed Dean
Right.
to not have to like license his thing.
Right.
So, yeah, if you're still there, Pixel, that is what Steve Jobs roughly did to
Right.
my dad's friend.
All these big honchos that are praised for being, such geniuses, it's not so much that they themselves are geniuses. They recognize genius in others.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, they recognize genius and they know what moves to make in order to
Right.
make it seem like it was theirs. And yeah, it's very scummy. It's apparently a thing Steve Jobs is kind of known for.
Yeah.
So,
And Bill Gates.
and Bill Gates and pretty much all of those.
Pretty much all of those. You
types.
can trace where they got their stuff from. Microsoft. Really, I mean, Microsoft MS-DOS primarily came from CP/M, which was a predecessor operating system. They duplicated a lot of their stuff from CP/M, but did it, clean room.
Yeah.
But they were likely copying a lot of the stuff from CP/M, which was a predecessor, and they just put on a good show for IBM.
Right.
IBM looked at CP/M, and CP/M was a ready product, but they would have to pay through the nose and have difficult licensing with the vendors of CP/M.
Right.
So they wanted something a little bit more pliable, and essentially Bill Gates kind of beat him to the punch that way. They were more favorable. They were easier to license
Yeah.
because they didn't have as much, really.
Right, right.
So they were. They basically wound up in the catbird seat because of the way they played IBM,
Yeah.
and then they screwed them later.
Yeah, yes, yeah, yeah. Okay, here's the paper on the polynomial thing. Oh, is this... Oh yeah,
That's
Dean. there he is.
That's it. I looked at this paper, and I'm not a dumb guy. I went
No, certainly
I
not.
went to MIT too, and I understand a lot of math. I don't understand a word of this.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean,
Right.
if it's the sort of thing that they only just now figured out, I'm sure a lot of people can't follow.
Yeah. So I don't understand it. There's a video by to be fair, Dean didn't invent this stuff. The primary author is kind of the guy.
Wildburger.
Yeah. So Dean kind of found this guy on YouTube
Oh.
describing this way to solve polynomial equations, and they got together to. And Dean kind of asked him, "So, you want to write a paper about this?"
Yeah, yeah.
And the other guy said, "Yeah, sure, let's." He was kind of not interested in writing papers,
Oh. Well.
and Dean kind of convinced them, "Well, I'll help write the paper.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's do it together." And they kind of went and did this.
Wow. That is. Yeah, that is incredible. Jobs would not be where he was without Wozniak.
Yeah, right.
That's true too. Big tech guys never invent anything; they just take credit for the actual
Right.
genius. Yes, yes, that's and like even despite knowing that, I still when my dad told me Dean's story, I was kind of like, I cannot believe what an asshole! Like, how dare?
Right.
But
I've got the receipts. I'm not lying.
yeah, yeah, and didn't you say Dean got in like a Apple like magazine or something? He did like an interview for about it.
No, it's just the presentation to Steve Jobs. So
Okay.
I think he sent the preprint to the to that Apple person, and then I don't know that's what caused Steve Jobs to go to Apple. I'll ask Dean about it. So I don't know if that's what caused it or it was coincidence that the paper and the Steve Jobs presentation were independent events.
Right.
But I'll ask him about it.
Yeah. I just vaguely remembered you saying like he got like a little feature or something in like an Apple magazine, kind of being like, "Hey, here's where possibly the idea got started." And like,
That was a so it wasn't. It was like an Apple fan magazine.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where it was published by an Apple dude, an Apple fan magazine of some sort. Some guy who was a Apple fan tracker or Apple tracker
yeah,
dude guy. So yeah.
That's what I remember.
Right. He published the magazine and he posted a link to that video.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It is very interesting to actually know the history of that and not just assume that Steve Jobs created it when he
No,
yeah.
it's not what happened.
Yeah, definitely not. But that is very cool, and it's cool you were able to find all that structure. I feel like I've tried to look up Dean before and not a whole lot came up. Maybe I just wasn't searching in the right areas.
Yeah.
But
No, I'm glad you found it.
Yeah.
So that I'm not here blowing smoke. There's backup.
yeah.
And I'm telling the truth. I ain't
Yeah.
lying.
Published online April 8th. The polynomials thing is actually mentioned on Wikipedia. Well, how about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Wikipedia does work quickly for certain things. I wonder if Jobs yelled or cried at Dean during his presentation. Apparently, he was known for both of those things. I don't know. Did they actually
No.
interact? I just thought it
think,
was.
from what I heard, he just kind of played it cool and acted as if it was no big deal.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But he did pay more attention. From what I understand, he paid more attention to the software, to the presentation software rather than the hardware.
Yeah.
So I don't think he cared about the hardware because I think he probably had a firm hold on what he.
What he wanted to make hardware-wise.
Right.
Yeah. Wildburger has a 45-minute video on the subject on YouTube. Not sure if that would be easier to understand. Yeah, I get the impression that it would be roughly the same if
What,
they were.
on the Catalan.
Yeah, on the polynomial solution.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a very cool accomplishment.
Yeah.
And now you know why there is at least some personal stake we have in not liking Apple very much.
Right.
You know,
Well,
even if it's
there were other reasons too. I mean, Apple's complete control of their environment,
oh yeah, their
their
ecosystem.
ecosystem,
Yeah,
was absolutely off-putting to me. The whole DOS ecosystem, while not perfect, was much more attractive because you had all these hardware vendors who were trying to undercut and advance their systems over others. It was actually a cost competitive environment, so you could get machines that were roughly equivalent in performance to Apple machines costing twice as much.
yeah,
So if you're a price sensitive buyer like most people are, you could buy twice the horsepower as Apple, and it was just it. And then you got locked into everything Apple, Apple
Yeah.
handhelds, Apple headphones. I mean,
Yes.
it just got ridiculous, and I wasn't ready to turn my life over to Apple for everything.
yes,
So I preferred an open environment. I liked Firefox and Netscape because it wasn't Apple and Google and stuff like that. Yeah,
right.
I use Google for my search, but I don't want them prying into everything.
Yes, yeah,
So I like a heterogeneous environment, not a homogeneous one. So
yes. Also, I don't know if you heard, apparently Fortnite is going to come back to the Apple App Store soon.
yeah, I heard that.
And I think I read that a judge actually like rebuked Apple's like enclosed ecosystem. So, at least some progress is being made
Yeah.
on that front.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's very much been the case with Apple for a long time, where it's like you stay in their little
Right.
bubble.
Well, I mean, I didn't like the DOS or Windows environment because everyone has it. It becomes the target for scams and viruses and all that other kind of stuff.
Yes.
We were largely immune from all of that in our OS2 stuff because nobody wrote viruses for OS2. Everyone had to go out and get firewalls and virus checkers and
Yeah.
and rootkit prevention and all that stuff,
Yeah.
and we were mostly immune.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, finally Microsoft got religion and started to get serious about security, but before that it was a hellhole.
Yeah.
So heterogeneity had advantages in terms of security, and it's like COVID.
Yeah.
If everyone is closed to one another and runs the same stuff, and you all get the same sickness at the same time.
Yeah. 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 It's my dad is very tech illiterate, and I've had to convince him 2 or 3 times not to switch from Android to iPhone. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, my dad had to use iPhone for work, and it really is weird only having an Apple phone and not like Apple,
Yeah.
computers to go with it, because the process of downloading and whatnot was always
The good thing is we were all Verizon, so we could call each other for free.
yes, yeah, at least that. But I just remembered it. You were always so frustrated with that phone
Yeah.
because it was like,
I mean, I will admit there were some things that Apple did well in its phone, but they tried to hook you into everything else.
yes,
Like Apple Music. I didn't want Apple Music. Everything, I wanted to put my own CDs and stuff on the phone, and they made it incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
They wanted me to download the same stuff I already owned
yes,
from Apple Music and pay for it. I
Yes.
didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
It's like, jeez, come on.
yeah, really.
Anyway.
Pretty sure the UK just forced Apple to finally upgrade to USB-C, and they still found a way to make it shittier than normal USB-C cables. Yeah, I'm not as well informed about that, but like, I know they were forced into using USB-C. That there was a bit of a kerfuffle about that.
Forced?
Yeah, well, okay, maybe not forced, but like, there was some court order demanding that Apple either include a USB-C or it can't be sold in like the EU or something
Oh,
like
really?
that. Yeah,
I hadn't
and
heard that, but-
this was a little while back, and I remember there being a very big like showing, because all the Apple supporters were like, "How ridiculous! You can't force companies to follow your rules." And I remember seeing a comic specifically where it's like, "This is the phone Europe wants you to have," and it's like it's a phone and it's got like a hole punch reader and AV out, and it's like that's so. It's so dramatic for
Well,
what's happening.
I needed a USB or the lightning cables
Yes.
everywhere.
Yeah.
And I needed one for travel. I needed one for where I usually kept my phone overnight. I needed one, So I bought 4 or 5 lightning cables just to have in the various places wherever I sat or wherever I set up.
Where you needed them.
Right. Yep. And now they're all worthless.
Yeah.
Jeez, come on.
Yeah.
And then there was the USB dock before, or the wide dock phone before that. It was like, a really wide, narrow cable. It was just
those big cables were very strange to me.
Yeah. It's just painful.
Right, the EU also forced Tesla to use the standard plug for their cars. I didn't hear about that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you're as knowledgeable about car standards and things. But, yeah. Thank you.
Well, it's about time I get going.
Yeah. Thank you for explaining all this and chatting and being on stream.
I hope your audience enjoyed that.
I think they did.
I lent a little bit of historical reasons for the way things developed and how things got going, but
yeah. Thanks, Super Dad.
You're welcome, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
All right, have a good one.
Yep, thank you. That was really fun. I wasn't expecting to do like a talk show today, but yeah. So that is what I was talking about earlier, where I will relay all of your guys' thanks to him, so you don't have to worry too much if you think it's like too late or whatever. But yeah, it's cool to hear the history of this stuff, because like Pixel was saying, a lot of the big guys like steal the credit. Hi. But yeah, actually getting to know the people who made who made it possible is very cool. And yeah, I was kind of impressed you were able to find the video so quickly. By the way, what we laughed at, I know we weren't displaying it on screen, but there was a moment where Dean like finished his sentence and then he like tried to smile, but it clearly like it was a very forced smile, so just it came off very awkwardly, and that's why my dad and I laughed, because it was just such a, I mean, like, granted, I probably would be the same way if I were forced to do a video like that, but, like, it was very funny to watch. And especially because, like, we've... back to this nerd, I know, right? Yeah, bring back Super Dad. And the video on his LinkedIn, really? I'm impressed. Like I said, I tried looking him up before, and I wasn't able to find that much, but this was also a while back, so maybe I just, didn't know what I was doing at the time. Oh, is that what, yes, yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt my dad, so I couldn't quite explain at the moment, but that is what happened. If you watch the video link that Structor sent, you'll see the it's like the transition from one topic to like the next topic, because he kind of ends it and he like smiles and he does this sort of like, kind of, I mean, I'm exaggerating, but it was just, it's just funny because we know him, Like, it's like seeing your friend in a video, and it's like, you just can't help but like look at it more than you would normally. I don't know how else to put it. Oh, I understand. Okay, good, good. Yeah. Yeah, but I do think after stream's over, I might go searching for some of the games we were talking about, because it has been a long time. I played the Spectrum Holobyte version of Tetris back in the day, and it was cool because it had like interludes where it taught you about Russian fairy tales and things. But yeah, if you buy a Tesla Model 3 in Europe nowadays, it will have a CCS plug, which is the European standard. Oh, that's really cool. Rather than the Tesla proprietary called an ACS. Wow. Well, I mean, it's good that Europe was able to, you know, have standards. Not here in America. We have no standards. The good thing that pretty much all car are shifting to after. Oh, really? Okay, well that is good then. I guess. The de facto standard in the future. Yeah, yeah. Although, you know, without delving too deeply into the politics, like, I do have to wonder if an electric future is in jeopardy. We'll see. Time will tell. I remember when I was young, I forget which Power Rangers special it was, but there was this Power Rangers special we had on VHS, and it, like, I loved it as a kid, but I don't have very vivid memories of it nowadays. But I do remember the ending kind of setting up like there's another villain. And he goes like, time, you know, he says something along the lines of like, time will tell. And that scene stuck with me for whatever reason. I guess part of it was because I never ended up watching that much Power Rangers aside from that special, so I never understood who that was. I think it's only a matter of time. It's frustrating that we keep selling new gas cars. Well, the thing is, like, at least here in America, we've kind of made it this political issue where it's like, oh, but car manufacturing jobs, like, if we stop making, you know, gas vehicles, then what are all those people going to do for work? And I mean, the current president has made it quite clear that he does not want a electric future unless it's Tesla. Just quit making new ones, yeah. But that's the thing. I think the president is pandering to those people who are worried that, like, if gas cars die, then so many people will be out of a job. Which is something that really frustrates me in basically any discourse, because it's like, losing your job sucks. I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't, but like, people don't just roll over and die when they lose their job, you know? it's like where jobs in, you know, gas cars might go down, like we'll get electric car jobs, but it's just that short term, like, oh, but you know, but people are going to lose their jobs. This economy, well, okay, yes. I mean, there are definitely people who rely on it, so it's not like it's not like it's as cut and dry as that, but just, I don't know. In my experience, like, even, you know, even homeless people still do what they can to survive, you know? It's like, I mean, obviously I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but just, it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like people would find a different way. I don't know. I know it's easier said than done, too. Like, I'm looking for a job right now, and it's hard. It's super hard. So, like, I'm not gonna pretend like it's like, oh, we'll just do this. It's just more that, like, I think over time, the net loss, it stops being a loss. You know? Because, like, you start getting new jobs in, like, battery making and you know, other electric car related things. But, I mean, you know, I've said many times before, I'm not an expert, so... Wondering how difficult it is to teach car manufacturers how to make an electric car over gas-powered. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest with you, I would imagine... I feel like, while it would be different just because you're used to the way that, like, you design gas cars or whatever, I feel like once you do adjust, like, surely it can't be that much worse, you know? I'm willing to admit it, that could just be naivete, but... I don't know, to me it's like, you're still building a car, it's just, instead of including a, you know, gas propulsion system, you use an electric one, like, I don't know. I would love an electric car, but they are so expensive, and to my understanding aren't super reliable yet. Like, they're not so good at, like, longer distance kind of things. And also, electric charging stations are harder to come by than gas stations. Okay. That loading screen is... Yeah, well, it's supposed to symbolize something. I don't know what yet, but... But, like, there's a theme of astronauts, so... Right, so long road trips are still a problem, but it has improved, especially with Tesla opening the supercharger network to other cars. Yeah, yeah. But that's the thing. For me, it's like, yeah, an all-electric future would be hard at the start because it's like we have developed all this infrastructure around gas cars, but like once you do develop the infrastructure, like, shouldn't be that, you know, bad. I don't know what else to say. I know a lot of people don't want to give them money for good. Well, yeah. I mean, certainly I don't want to give Tesla money, but like, you know, I do think electric cars are cool and good. Generally, I mean, to my understanding, there is still some amount of like harm that they do because like the materials used to make them are draining. Infrastructure. That's oh shit. That's funny. What I was gonna say. Jeez. Ah! Stop! Stop! Let me live. Let me live. Let me live. The materials used to construct her. Exactly. Oh shit. I should have dashed. You're so right. I do like how well EVs hold up on the used market, even old Teslas from like a Tesla. Really? That is good. Yeah, they are very difficult to deal with. And I don't know if I would necessarily say this, but like, it being kind of third person, or like at least having the camera so close to Celine, it kind of makes those types of enemies more frustrating because it's like, well, you know, so much of your screen is being taken up by their big bodies that like you don't get a great view of your entire battlefield. Shoot, what was those batteries? It's over exaggerated. Yeah. And if, you know, if electric cars became more standard, there would be incentive to make batteries even better, you know? It's like, how do I put this? It's kind of like VR. Like, VR has slowed down, not because it doesn't have, like, room for innovation, but because, like, people aren't kind of really adopting it in the way that makes it worthwhile. At least from a business, like, development side of things. Okay. It does make me sad that VR isn't really innovating very much, because after Half-Life Alyx, I was like, wow, these VR games can be pretty cool. But I think there's even could still be in hydrogen cars. Yeah, I think I heard that there could still be a future for them. I've been seeing a lot of VinFast cars around lately, which is neat because it's like, you know, I guess it's also, I'm sick of seeing Teslas, but like, it's like, hey, someone other than Tesla can start gaining some traction. That was not worth it. especially for semi-trucks, because making electric semis is just a really bad idea with current battery tech. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, I'm really excited for the Switch 2. Sorry, I just thinking like how wild this stream has been in terms of topics. What is your stream on Thursday going to be? My stream on Thursday is going to be me unboxing, reviewing, and playing the Switch 2. Because I've got that on pre-order. Now, I guess I don't fully remember, but I don't remember the Switch 1 having that many stock issues. So, like, I mean, at the start, obviously it did, but, like, once they stopped using JDI and started going with Sharp, that was basically just when they were able to keep up. So Mario Kart World, yeah, definitely Mario Kart World. It also depends. If I'm able to scrounge up any additional money, I could do a Rune Factory stream, because I would like that. Or I could do a GameCube stream on Switch 2. Crimson Wastes. I mean, if I had enough money, I would also be getting Cyberpunk. Like, I still intend on getting Cyberpunk, it's just gonna have to wait a little bit. It's my poor wallet. Is it raining outside? That can't be. This is California. Rain doesn't exist. You know, it's funny, I've been streaming for like 6 years now. And that's the first time my dad has come on stream and chatted with everyone. Like, he's been, you could hear him on a couple other streams, but it wasn't like necessarily him talking to stream, you know? What's a robotically enhanced human's favorite color? Psy blue? I'm trying to think of, like, cyborg, but blue. Cyber pink, I see. Okay. That's pretty good. And also, hi Jade. Good to see you. You know, I don't know how to feel about Cyberpunk. I mean, granted, I haven't played it, so, like, I won't have an informed opinion either way, but like, I heard the last update for it did make it better, but I don't know if I think it's, you know, redeemed or not. Here very shortly, oh goodness, yeah, you should definitely get sleep. But I appreciate you coming by. Implies the existence of cyber goth and cyber emo. Cyberpop. You can at least have a... Yes! That is a big reason as to why I want Cyberpunk. Cause like, they respected their product enough to not just slap it on a game key card. Or not slap it on a game... You know what I mean. It's such a shame, because there were so many games I would have been interested in if they weren't game key cards. Like Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, if they made that an actual physical cartridge and not a game key card, I would have been so happy. And I would have prioritized that in a lot of ways. But no. Or like Sonic X Shadow Generations, definitely would have gotten that. But since it's a game key card... And also, apparently, the way they've been kind of handling the whole Switch 2 thing is kind of scummy. Where it's like it doesn't have an upgrade path at all. Oh, are you kidding? How did it clip me? But there are some games I do really want to try. Why am I encountering these people? What did that do? Oh, I did not want to hold the fucking phone. I better not be paying for PS Plus. I said no. Sony, if you pull this crap on me, I'm going to be very mad. I am not paying for PS Plus. In any form. I had subscribed to PS Plus for a year because I got a free year, but like after that I was like, I'm not paying for this. And especially now that it can be up to like $130 or whatever. Not worth it. At least not to me. Oh. Dang it. Ah! Oh, I hate these guys. Okay. Okay. I can ease up a little. I am also sorry. I'm still excited about the Switch too, but I am also really interested in playing the. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, because every time my brain just goes, so it's Fast RMX, and I was like, same developers, same concept, different name. I don't remember what it is, but I want to play it. Because Fast RMX was really good, too. It's kind of like if Ikaruga, whatever, if that game was a racing game. Free money. Free money, give me all this free money. Don't disappear on me, money. Okay. Oh, before I go forward, I should probably go back to the shop so I can buy the thing that I wanted. The thing and his thing. Yes, that is what I want. That'll help me with this run. Dang it. Oh, I would have gotten the astronaut too, but it's fine. I'm really curious. I know the Switch 2 is, you know, very hotly anticipated right now, but, I do wonder how it's going to fare, you know, once it's out a little bit. Like, will game cards really be, you know, prevalent, or are they just gonna fade away as companies realize that nobody's buying them or whatever? I think Pixel was the one to ask me, and he was like, "Are you gonna buy any Game key cards?" And I the way I see it, I would only buy one if it was like a super discounted thing. You know? Like I'd buy Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, the game key card, if it was like $5, you know? But outside of that, I'm just not gonna pay. I'm just not gonna pay the price. If you're expecting me to pay for a physical game, I expect a physical game, you know? Beef? I hear you, Beef. Come here. Come here, Beef. I hear Beef meowing, but I don't know where he is. Oh, this is good. I made a good decision. Do I want to grab the malignant key? Yeah, I do. Ooh, parasites. Shield against the... No, none of those are worth it to me. I admit I was wondering if there was some sort of trophy that I was gonna get for, like, opening all 3 doors. You know, some kind of, like, I want them all kind of achievement. There's a Beef. Hi, meows. Hi, my meowiest kitten. You are meowy, and you are sweet, and you are silly. And I love my beefies. I love him. Oh. It's Beef. Meow. I thought I... Yeah, there we go. Just a Beef. Your tail is right onto camera. You are silly. You are a silly, sweet boy. You are so silly. This. He's so silly. Guess he just wanted to check what was going on in here. I mean, he was meowing up a storm. Does he like being in that sideways box? Yeah, sometimes. It's not his, like, favorite place to hang out, but sometimes he goes in there for, like, zoomies and stuff. And he does occasionally like sitting in the box. Nah. You're so silly. Hey, you. Hey, sweet beefy kitten. Okay. It is so sweet. Look at you. Look at you. So sweet. So soft. You are silly. You are silly. No. You are being so cute. You are always a cute. And why you show your butt to camera? Oh, but we're doing elevator butt. That's elevator butt. I love. Oh, yeah. Look at this beefies. Look at this kid. He looks like a land seal. What do you think about beefies? Is that Mom? I think he hears stuff going on in the kitchen. Goodness knows. He's gotta be ready for that. Just heaven forbid anyone do anything in the kitchen without him. Why are you so silly? Why are you a silly boy? Ooh. This I'll actually do. Lamau. What are you talking about, Sans? Is it beef? He is a silly. He's very silly. Okay. Auto banter. That's what happens, Sans. When you challenge me. Do these do anything? Oh.
Something has infected one of my scout corpses.
Oh! 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 The panic. Hi, Sans! Whoa. That was quite the explosion. Made the shit out of. I'd say it's probably better that you didn't. But yes, hi Sans. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Do you like beef cam? 'Cause I like beef cam. Excuse me, why did that word get through? I banned that term. Hold on, hold the fucking phone. What happened? You challenged me. I'm gonna do it. I'll reban it. Going in right now. Blocked terms and phrases. Yeah, why? Why? It should be banned. I don't know what you did, Sans, but you did something. When I figured out. Oh, okay. But then why didn't Groovy's message receive anything? Oh, I guess so. That makes sense. When you try and trip me up with your logic, Groovy. Your facts. Gorgeous hair. Oh. Thank you. You're welcome. I know you're proud about your hair. I am very lucky that didn't hit me.
More fabricators. Everything on this
Minus
planet
10 ether?
connects into a larger system.
Jeez. That is a lot to... It's a plural. I can ban the singular too. Don't test me. I mean, all Groovy needs to know is that it's a banned term. And what Gary wants is me. What is a banned term? What, like... like the term that is banned, or what is the concept of a banned term? What the wow. What word is it we're talking about? A word that I won't repeat. But yeah, Switch 2 launch day, I will have an epic stream. And why is Toes cool? No, it means they're talking about the boxes that are behind me. And I'm sick of being bothered about them. Because it's not really in my control right now. So I'm trying. You don't even. You can't even. No. That's not even the issue. You know what? No, we're not talking about this. This conversation's over. Car up. Did I mention the latest development about my car? Because there has been quite a lot happening. My ship sails in the morning. I wonder what's for dinner. See, I'm conflicted. I should be ending stream soon, but I'm doing well. I don't know if I want to just suspend this while I... You know, nice that beef is just, yeah, he's so cute. Look at him. I love him so much. This is what we do. When I game, he flops next to me. It is very cute. Might be hard to get a sense of it, but he is like to the left of, or to the right of me, and he's just chilling. Ooh, that guy was tough. Oh, well, I guess that answers my question. Okay, well then, in that case, this is where I'm gonna end stream. Thank you all so much for stopping by, saying hi, chatting, following, all that. I really appreciate it. Subbing, you know. I try and stream every other day, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays at 1 p.m. Pacific. Though Thursdays are currently impacted by streaming, it will be impacted because of treatment, but, we are doing a, Switch 2 launch stream on Thursday, so look forward to that. Get hype. Yeah, we're gonna raid someone, so if you have a suggestion, let me know, otherwise I'm sure I can find someone. And, excuse me. Yeah, that'll be it from me for today. Yeah, thank you! Yes, oh yes, and I have a Discord server, if anyone is interested, !Discord, or there's a link in my bio. It's the best place to keep up with my streams, as well as chat with me and other cool people. Yeah, Kirk is playing Xenoblade X. So, I think we might do that. !Raid will also send my raid message, so you can copy and paste that, send it to Kirk when we get there. I hope you show some love to Kirk, because Kirk is very cool, and he's playing Xenoblade X, so... yeah. Yeah, that'll be it from me for today. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later. And, let's go raid. Bye!
Shadow, hello, welcome.
I haven't been back to our home planet in so long, but I see our education system.
Thank you for raiding. Apparently, these British people that come from plants.
Ceremony. Leave the hierarchical stuff to the other girls. I'd appreciate it if you could simply be yourself around me. Lady Mia. Whoops, we're getting sidetracked. I'll tell you the rest in the Blade Barracks.
I'll get you a shout out here. Okay. Slash shout out. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. Welcome everyone, I'm Kirk Lane, East Scout protagonist. I play a lot of RPGs. I voice act in these RPGs whenever I get the chance. And I do a lot of pixel art. Welcome. Today we just learned that the elf people... Figure that out. Have not had the time. Maybe tomorrow, maybe this weekend. One of those days. Okay, say that your friends will always be there for you. I'm the only one who can is numero uno. Yeah, me. Talus is the trust hole on progenitor.
That's right. Gold star. Logically, the act of betraying oneself doesn't hold up. Ergo, it stands that you can trust yourself. And so, the master of those scales copied her personality onto them and incorporated it into their autonomic system. The personality of the High Custodian Neil Nail.
Wig out? Who that the logic Neil must be the attack. Where?
I did. By which I mean, of course, my predecessor.
The High Custodian. Her existence is perpetuated through the use of clones.
Oh.
She who presides over the knowledge of ancient times. Such is the destiny of Lady Neil Nail.
Well, I may be a clone, but I still have my own personality, thoughts, and desires. The point is, those scales are technically the embodiment of a former iteration of Neil Nail. Let's call the white one Neil Nail Albus, and the black one can be Neil Nail Furthest. Here's what I think. Their job is to defend any sites of Clorian influence. That is the duty of a Neil Nail. And that's why we were attacked. Who else to right the wrongs of the High Custodian but the High Custodian herself? Which means there's only one thing left to do. Destroy them. Put the old Neil Nail in her coffin. As I'm sure you're aware from the last battle, they're not likely to roll over and die for us. Once again, would you lend me your strength?
Yep.
Please?
Agree.
Thank Thank you. I was fully expecting you to turn me down, so honestly.
Is traceable back to you personally through your IP address, panel ID, and name through visible watermarks or invisible pixel AI watermarks embedded in the content and questions. After this video, you'll be presented with the NDA. It's important that you read it carefully, understand your responsibilities, and agree to it before proceeding. Breaking the NDA has serious consequences.
First off, we'll need to find your predecessor's scales, won't we?
According to the data I collected, they recently ambushed someone, a blade who was exploring a cluster of ruins of cauldrons. If the scales are meant to
Keep having to go there.
too far into the ruins, then
You're saying if we investigate those ruins ourselves, they will come for us.
bingo. I think it's worth a try. For starters, why don't we try looking in those ruins for info samples? That said, we'll have to be snappy. We can't risk them claiming any more victims.
At once, Lady Leah.
Alright. Let's get out of here and go to Lethal Lava Land. What? Alright, I guess we'll start here.